Mayor Stewart, if you're ready to go, you have quorum, so we can get started.
Thanks very much, and I'll apologize to council. There may be a bit of background noise for the next half hour or so, as I'm having a little bit of work done on my washer and dryer. So I apologize in advance. So with that, good morning and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, November 24th. This meeting is convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw of the City of Vancouver electronic meeting regulation and under Ministerial Order M192. I am hearing quite a lot of background noise, so if folks could make sure they're muted. I hear dings and various things going on, so just everybody on the line could make sure they're muted. That would be great. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we'll recess the meeting until my connection is restored. And clerks, I don't think it's from me, but I almost hear an echo. So I'll just let you go through and check to make sure folks are muted. Maybe it's coming from the chambers. So if council loses connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Contact information has been circulated. Video of council members speaking presentations.
Mayor Stewart, it says it's coming from Barney Kennett.
Again, apologies. Video of council members speaking presentations and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Council are also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so make sure your video is enabled. First, I want to acknowledge we're on the unceded territories of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, and I'm not sure if the rest of council is hearing that feedback, but
yes,
we all are.
We are.
Yes, Mayor Stewart.
Okay.
Mayor Stewart, it might be
yes.
coming from the chamber. It sounds like it's the coming through the raindrops on the roof. So we'll see what we can do with the volume to reduce that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you. Still hearing it. We also acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for their generosity to all who live on these lands. And finally, want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And clerk's still hearing that. It sounds like when I speak, it's coming back.
Mayor, I wonder if we could get a different councillor to speak, because I'm hearing it mostly when you're speaking and not when others are, but it does seem to be coming through the chambers. Can another councillor speak for a moment?
I hear it when you speak, Sadie.
Yes,
Okay.
Actually, it's Councillor Carr here, and I do hear it when you're speaking as well.
Okay, yep. It's we had some audio people in the chambers yesterday trying to fix the audio there, and it does seem to be coming from the chambers. So, Rosemary, is there anything we can do about it? It's definitely not rain. It's reverberation when someone's speaking.
Okay, we'll get IT on it to see what we can do.
And just so you know, Mr. Mayor, Rosemary came through without any background noise.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too.
So let's try to proceed with the roll call, please, clerk.
Sounds good. Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kubiang.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, and apologies for the noise. Hopefully the clerk's going to get that fixed, because I am experiencing quite a lot of feedback still. The public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link, and to follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk is the handle. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. So council, today we have 8 staff reports, 5 referral reports, if not adopted on consent, 23 bylaws, 4 administrative motions, and 4 member motions. We have notice of council member motions and new business inquiries and other matters. So plan for the day is we
Point
go
of
through.
procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
I just wanted to say that it's my intention to withdraw my member's motion about real estate investment trusts until later.
Thanks very much. That hasn't been seconded, Councillor Swanson, so that's your right, and we'll make a note as we go through the agenda. Thanks so much. So we'll break at noon for lunch and then in camera, and we'll return, and just note this, council and the public, that we'll return at 4 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. So we're required to go in camera later this week, and the reasons and authority are listed on the agenda. Would someone like to move the motion?
Kirby Young.
Second,
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. We do have a lot of minutes, council, so I'm just going to go through those now. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting on October 22nd. Any corrections? Someone like to move adoption?
Move
adoption.
adoption. Councillor DeGenova.
Heard Councillor DeGenova, seconder.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Thanks very much. Those minutes pass unanimously. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the public hearing on October 27th, 28th, 29th. Any corrections? You can just let me know verbally if there's any corrections, and I'll recognize you. Would someone like to move the adoption, please?
Move adoption, Hardwick.
Thank you.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed nay. Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the quarter revision local improvements on November 3rd. Any corrections?
Move adoption. DeGenova.
Thank you. Seconder.
Kirby Young.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Okay, that carries unanimously. Minutes 4, the minutes of the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting, November 4th. Any corrections?
Move adoption, Councillor Carr.
Thank you.
Second,
second.
Councillor DeGenova.
I got a second from Councillor Fry. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed nay. Thanks very much. That motion carries unanimously. Minutes 5 are the minutes of council meeting on November 3rd, 5th, and 17th. Any corrections? Somebody like to move it?
Moved, Hardwick.
Thank you. Second. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's great. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Finally, minute 6. Minutes of special council meeting, motion to go in camera meeting of November 17th. Someone like to move?
Move adoption. DeGenova.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll take that as a retraction. That passes unanimously. Thanks. Almost got through smoothly. Okay, so matters adopted on consent. So now we're going to move to matters adopted on consent, and I've got my list.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby. Yeah?
I've lost my panels and my icon, so I wonder if you could put me on the list to pull an item. I'm going to have to get IT to remote in.
Sure thing. Yep. Why don't you go first?
I'd like to pull report number 5, please.
Okay.
And a point of point of privilege,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor
Yes.
Dominato. I'm trying to put myself on the queue, and I'm coming up as Councillor Boyle, I believe. on the
Okay,
queue.
I'll get the clerks to make sure that gets fixed. Okay, I'm just pulling up my panel too. So we have reports 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6, 7, 8, and then referral reports 1A, B, C, and D. Referral report 2, and we've got Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, since number 5 has already been held from reports, I'd like to hold referral report 1D for
1D.
questions.
Okay.
Yes. And also, I have a question. Do we hold bylaws at this time as well?
No, we don't.
And what about administrative motions?
Nope, those are separate.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to indicate, you know, that I would like to hold a bylaw later for separate vote, bylaw number 6, but I understand that now is not the time to do that, so I will take myself off the queue. Apologies.
Right, and I can just double check with the clerk. We don't hold bylaws now, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, clerks, maybe you're having trouble with your audio.
Point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. Sometimes we power through them at the end, so I just wanted to indicate that now that
Yeah,
I'd like to hold that. Thank you.
That's right. I'm just going to double check because Councillor Hardwick asked, and I am pretty sure we don't hold them now, but clerks, can you help me with that one? We don't hold the bylaws now, is that correct?
Mayor Stewart, can you hear me?
Maybe we're having trouble with clerks.
Mayor
City
Stewart,
Manager?
can you hear me now?
I can, yep.
Yes, that is correct. We will deal with the bylaws and the administrative motions later on.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So council, I'm just going to get my panel back up here. Okay, 1 second. Great. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Oh, you've already held yours. Councillor Carr.
Yes, report 3, please.
Okay, just noting that. Councillor Dominato.
I believe the report I was going to hold has been held already, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I'm going to have to conflict out of report 6, enhanced enforcement of street vending bylaw, because it has to deal with the temporary patio program, and I have interests in multiple businesses that are affected.
Okay, we might have to come back to that, but I'll make a note to remind ourselves, or just for the clerk to, if we're voting on this in a batch, just to make that note. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wanted to hold number 6 for questions.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, that was a holdover and I can't take myself off the list. My apologies.
Okay, that's fine. I've taken you off here. We're got a few gremlins today, so I'm getting a note from the clerk saying that I want to make sure that everybody's orange cone is muted. Just if you have a panel up, council chamber panel, just to double check that that we have that muted. That may be part of the feedback we're getting. Okay, council. So those reports have been held.
How do you mute it?
Perhaps the IT folks can help you with that, Councillor Hardwick.
Just a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor. I think it's the mic off button under the request to speak.
Right.
And that was Councillor Swanson, just to, if anyone's going to help her.
Okay. Okay, thanks, council. Let's see now, as I pull my script up here. Okay. Right, so we've had, okay, so we'll move the adoption of recommendations before council with the exception of reports 3, 5, 6. Just 1 second here. Just 1 second, council. I'll come right back to you. Okay, council. Just checking here. So we have need a motion to adopt recommendations before council. This is on the consent vote with the exception of 3 reports 3, 5, and 6 that have been held,
Move
and
adoption.
referral
Dejanova.
report 1D.
Point.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Councillor Carr,
Yeah.
move.
Okay, thanks.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Just 1 second. Just need a seconder.
Second, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dominato?
Sorry, did you also include report 1 in that? I thought Councillor
No.
Hardwick had asked for that to be held.
No, she hadn't.
Oh, okay.
So 1 was not held.
Okay.
You can hold it if you want.
Nope. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So all in favor of adopting these on consent, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Thanks very much, Council. So I'm going to read out this pretty lengthy list here of reports adopted on consent. And clerks, I do still hear the echo, so perhaps that's coming from your mic. So we've got the cultural grants, report number 1, 2020 cultural grants, report number 2, theater rental grant allocations, report number 4, 2021 land assessment averaging, report number 7, contract award for consulting services, report number 8, funding application to Infrastructure Canada. Referral ports, we have employment lands and economy review, section A, B, and C, and we're holding D for questions. We also have referral.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
Point of privilege, Rosemary. I can hear you. It's Councillor Dejanova, but Mayor Stewart dropped off abruptly.
Mayor Stewart, are you on the line?
I should be back on now.
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, my internet just cut out there. Okay, so we're holding these reports. The reports held, we're going to right now, report number 3 held by Councillor Carr, the new license agreement on 44 East Cordova. Councillor Carr, I'll just put you on the queue for questions. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. My questions regarding this report arise out of a meeting of the Urban Indigenous Advisory Committee last night. The question really was the continuous support for the SOAST Center, which was established by the city during and in response to the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls inquiry. And so there is a concern about the continuation of the provision of the services. And I have forwarded an amendment to all of you as councillors regarding this, that, as I say, arose out of the meeting last night and the concerns of the members of the committee. So it is to add C, that the city commits to the uninterrupted continuation of services provided by the SOAS Center. And I just want to draw to council's attention that this particular report calls for a 6-month term, renewable potentially on a month-to-month basis after that. But the committee members last night expressed deep concern that there may be interruption of services in the search for a space if it wasn't at the current location.
Second, Swenson.
Okay, so now we can move to the debate portion. If anybody'd like to speak to this one, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information to staff for you, if I could.
Okay.
It's a clarification question. My understanding in the report is that it states that the city is working actively to look at longer-term locations for provision of services and healing services, and also references that the city potentially has plans for this site. I'm just wondering how staff interpret this recommendation, if essentially it would preclude, it's in conflict with recommendations A and B that enable the city to utilize the site for an alternate purpose, and then to, work with the Indigenous community in locating services in another. It seems to be C, as it's written, appears to conflict with A and B, and I wonder if staff can comment on that.
City Manager, do you have somebody there that might be able to comment to this report?
Yeah, thanks. Sandra Singh is on, and can ask her to her and her staff to answer the question.
Okay, thank you. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, and Community Services. We can certainly make best efforts to ensure continuity of services, but at this point, we just don't know the timing for some of the maintenance and the new space. So, but certainly we can make best efforts. Mary Claire Zach, our Managing Director of Social Policy and Projects, is also here, and I would ask if she wants to add anything.
Thank you, Sandra. Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director, Social Policy and Projects. Just to add to this, that the staff are working actively with the licensee at the South Centre, with the Indian Residential School Survivor Society, who are aware that there could be limitations on the time frame for a license agreement at the current location, and looking for a longer term space for them. One of the spaces that we are contemplating as part of the budget for future is the 52 to 92 redevelopment space on East Hastings, and but we may need a stopgap space in between the time of where the location is now to 52 to 92. So these are things that will take some time, and that we are working actively with the organization to really support the continuation of the spaces. As Ms. Singh noted, though, we can't 100% guarantee, but we certainly are making every best effort to make sure that those services continue for people.
Okay, so quick follow-up question on that then. And probably to Ms. Singh, because I heard you state that we could certainly make best efforts, but this language doesn't say that. It says commits. So does staff feel that there's a disconnect? Best efforts and a full commitment in the language as presented?
I think from a staff perspective, we would be more comfortable with something like commit to making best efforts or best efforts. We're not sure we can meet council's direction with commit, but we are very committed to continuity of service. This is a critical service, and we'll do our best.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On to Councillor Carr. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going, well, I see no one else is on the list. I mean, I very much appreciate the language that staff used, but understanding that I trust in their best efforts to act, and in terms of finding both a long-term space and an interim space, feel that their best efforts will result in the uninterrupted continuation of services. And just want to affirm for council that why this is so important is not only for people who have being directly affected by losing someone, but and in particular women and girls affected, but the families as well. The services there have been immensely important for supporting people who have suffered immensely over the fact that their loved ones have been murdered or are still missing. So yes, I just feel that this is incredibly important, and that was certainly impressed upon myself and also Councillor Boyle, who is the other the council liaison to the UIPAC.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have about 1.5 minutes left.
I'll be brief. I submitted an amendment that I sent in, and it just simply nuances the language to reflect the response from staff in order to ensure that we send that signal of comfort to how important this work is to our Indigenous community, but that we're not we can exceed our promises and not break them. I feel strongly about being clear and straightforward about that.
Okay, we need a seconder for that.
Second.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on to the amendment queue. And just a note to clerks, we're still getting considerable feedback. We'll try to work through this, but I hope IT is working away on that. So I have an amendment queue. Does anybody want to speak to this amendment to the amendment?
Point of
have any.
privilege. Is the
Councillor.
amendment, can we get the amendment up on the screen?
Yep, we'll try to get clerks to pull that up, and I'll stop your. Okay, clerks are just positioning that now on the public screen. Okay, so we have, this is the original amendment from Councillor Carr, and then Councillor Kirby-Yung has sent in an amendment to this that I'll ask clerks to also pull up.
That is the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, great. So this is the amendment to. Great. Okay, Councillor Swanson, you see that?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, great. Okay, so I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll call a vote on this amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato.
Yes.
I'll need a vote assist. My computer has crashed. In favor.
Okay. 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 And Councillor Dejanova, we need a vote from you. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Clerk says Councillor Dejanova on the and Councillor Weeb, we need a vote from you as well. Councillor Weeb and Councillor Dejanova.
Yeah, one sec. Perfect. It's coming.
Councillor Dejanova, are you on the line?
I do see her on the panel, but I don't see her video, that Councillor Dejanova's video. So Council, we are in the middle of a vote, and how this works is that we have to check with, we have to pause the vote if there's a councillor who's not responding. So that's what we'll do. We'll need to pause this vote, and I'll come right back to you once we've established where what's happened at Councillor Dejanova. 1 second. Council, we're having difficulty getting a hold of Councillor Dejanova. We've tried calling and texting, but if one of you has the ability to reach out, that would be great. Not sure what's happened there, but we'll keep trying. But as per our bylaw, the vote is paused until we locate her.
Yeah, hi, this is Sadhu. I just talked to Councillor DeGenova, and she is having some technical challenges. She's going to try to call in, so if we could just sit tight. Did you hear that, Mr. Mayor?
I did. And Council, part of the problem we may be having this morning is with passwords. We know that a lot of the passwords changed. That was what happened with me this morning. So if you are getting kicked off and all kinds of cues, it may be that we had a kind of a mandatory password change.
Councillor DeGenova, are you on the line now? Councillor DeGenova?
Sorry, Rosemary, I think I was muted. I had to push star 6. My apologies. I'm having some issues with my computer. But I understand we're voting on the amendment to the amendment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'll register my vote in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So I have the clerks record that. I was pulling up the vote screen here. So that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, 5, 1, 2. So that has passed.
And just a point of privilege, Mr. Mayor, I'll vote this way until I get my computer back up and going. It's just restarting right now.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, so that has passed, and we're going back now to the main queue. We had Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have about a minute left. Anything else you wanted to say to Councillor Carr's now amended amendment?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Great. So we'll call a vote on this amended amendment.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I'll need a vote assist in favor, please.
Thanks very much. And Councillor DeGenova?
Yes, in favor, please, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. Clerk's going to mark that. And Council, that has passed unanimously. Great. Okay, Council. So I guess we need a vote on this now amended report. Sorry, Councillor Carr, did you have anything else to say on this?
No, I'm fine.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else to say on this one?
That's a holdover. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we might as well call a recorded vote on this one too, clerks. So this is now the amended report.
Mr. Mayor, again, it's Councillor Dominato. I'll take a vote assist in favor.
Great, thanks very much. And Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In favor as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's that report. Number 3, we're moving on to report number 5, which has, I believe, registered speakers. Sorry, did I hear you, City Manager?
Yeah, we also had a request for a presentation, so we have a short presentation on this, if that would be helpful.
Well, let's start with the presentation, and then I guess we could move to questions from staff. Or clerk, how many speakers do we have on this item?
Mayor Stewart, we have 1 speaker.
Okay, so if council would indulge me, we have the staff presentation, perhaps the speaker, and then we can get the questions, if that's all right. Okay, so we go for the staff presentation, please.
Great. Do we have the planning team on? Can load up the deck?
Thank you, Sadhu. I believe Neil Rashowi is here.
Yes.
There you go,
right
Neil.
Here.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'll share screen.
And don't forget to introduce yourselves. So I'll hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you. 1 sec here. Let me get the presentation up and going. And
perhaps we'll just wait until it's on the public screen before we proceed. So I'll just wait for clerks to pull that up.
Let me know when it goes onto the public.
I think we're...
There we go. Yeah, we're good.
I think we're ready to go.
Great. Gail, did you want to do a couple first introductory remarks, or would you like me to?
Let me just do one or two sentences, Neil, if you don't mind.
Please.
Yes, Council, today, Mayor and Council, we're really bringing you something that's an option we'd like to be able to exercise in a small subset of the West End geography here to allow for rental, market rental with the inclusion of affordable rental, where otherwise the plan anticipated this would largely be strata development with social housing. And we're doing that because the strata market is pretty flat and the rental demand is very large. And as you've seen from or heard us from previous council briefings, the need for rental right now at all levels of income is really, really important to stave off further displacement rental here. And so you'll hear in a moment how much of the West End plan we've conserved for stabilized rent, and we'd like to be able to produce new rental as well. And this seems like a good option in this corridor next to the downtown. So it's really just us being able to entertain that option from developers, and we have at least one interested party already and possibly others here to actually do rental development. So that's the purpose for today, and staff will walk you through the analysis and the justification for being able to exercise this option within the West End plan. So I'll turn it over to you, Neil.
Great, thank you very much, Gil. And good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Neil Rashowi. I'm the Assistant Director of Community Planning and PDS. And Dan Garrison and I will give you a quick summary of some key points from the staff report, just to give you an overview and a refresher of the plan and what is being proposed today. To be specific, today we are here to recommend to you that the city adopts a short-term approach that allows an alternative housing tenure option in the West End. Specifically, staff recommends adding an affordable housing option, expanding the current strata with social housing approach in 2 small sub-areas of the plan to include an option for 100% rental with below market rental housing. We will present a time-limited 2-year option to include a 100% secured market rental, the minimum of 20% of the units at below market rental rates, in addition to the existing policy of strata residential with 25% social housing. And I'd like to take a moment just to emphasize for council that this is not a rezoning application in front of you today. Rather, it sets the policy framework to allow consideration of future rezoning applications. Okay. Just waiting for the slide to advance. There we go. Now, there are 3 main policies guiding the growth of development in the West End plan, illustrated on this map. The first one I would like to call your attention to are the neighborhoods. These are residential areas that allow modest and incremental change focused on renewing and replacing existing current rental stock. This covers the overwhelming majority of the neighborhood and prioritize rental protection. These areas outlined in the light purple color on the map in front of you. The second piece are the villages, the Robson, Davie, and Denman villages, and these are the iconic centers of the community along those streets and are retained as low-rise corridors and lively commercial hubs. And just emphasize that this was the agreement with the public that these 2 areas were the most important sacrosanct areas of the neighborhood that should be protected while still allowing significant growth, which leads me to the Georgia corridor and the Burrard corridor, where these areas, as you know, are for significant growth through strata development that includes social housing. And as part of that, the West End plan requires replacement of the rental housing with either 1-for-1 with social housing or 25%, whichever is greater, with rents geared to income and dependent upon eligibility. And finally, the lower Davie and Robson zones of the community. And these areas are for rental priority zones and have density bonusing policies that incentivize 100% rental. And just for clarity, the lower Robson and lower Davie areas are not rezoning policy. So today we are seeking council approval for an interim alternative that delivers rental housing as an additional path towards housing delivery in the area and as a COVID-19 economic recovery action. This shift from strata to rental housing is intended to be a nimble and adaptable policy response, setting out criteria to consider rezoning applications. The shifts from relying entirely on strata condos to deliver social housing and instead allow rental with below market rental. This is an interim pilot limited to a confined areas, here seen in red, letters D and E, and therefore we do not need to amend the West End rezoning policy. This same 100% rental with affordable units approach has been successfully implemented in the Canby Corridor Plan. We are not asking council to approve specific rezoning applications today, but instead to approve the framework for rezoning to consider rental housing as an additional housing tenure option in the limited areas of the West End for a limited time. The report establishes criteria for rezoning in 2 sub-areas, the Burrard Corridor for 100% rental and a minimum 20% below market rental. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dan Garrison to walk you through the specifics of the housing policy.
Thank you, Neil, and good morning, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me okay?
Can do, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so in terms, I'm the Assistant Director for Housing Policy in the Planning Department, and I'll just be walking you through the detailed housing specifics of the proposal before you today. So the West End, we're just going to go over quickly the timeline and how we arrive at the proposal that we're putting in front of you today. In terms of what Neil, Mr. Rishowi just spoke to, In 2013, the West End Plan was adopted, which included the West End Community Plan as Neil outlined, as well as rezoning policy for West End, particularly focused on the corridors, development corridors for growth. During that time, we saw development pressure and development activity really accelerate in the West End, but also across the city more broadly. And we saw, along with that development pressure, growing pressure on our housing system, our housing market, and pressure on the city and council to take action in response to that. And Housing Vancouver really represents the main piece of response to that, adopted in 2017. At that time, Housing Vancouver did a couple of things that are relevant to the discussion today. One was we looked at adopting new targets and policies around supporting rental development, including new below market rental options where we were securing below market rents and affordable rents in the private sector, in private development. So that was one element that was introduced in Housing Vancouver. The other piece is we introduced significant policy and measures to look to cool the housing market, which was really running away from us in terms of relative to people's incomes. So in terms of that, we looked at introducing things like the empty homes tax, working with provincial partners, and they've now adopted policy measures such as the speculation tax, the foreign buyers tax, which really has resulted in the period we've seen in the last couple of years, 2018 to 2020, along with other macroeconomic factors, a softening in the housing market that has meant we haven't seen as much development on the condo side of the equation that was delivering the social housing that was envisioned for these areas. Next slide, please.
Just taking a second, Dan.
Yeah, no worries. Just waiting for it to advance. There we go. So relevant to that, I'll just touch on progress on our social rental housing targets. If you look at the West End Plan and the outcomes we've been seeing, we have actually been doing well against the targets that we set, at least on the surface. We set a target for the first 10 years of the plan of 600 social housing units and 400 rental units. On rental housing, we have been exceeding that largely because of, as Mr. Rashowi mentioned, the pre-zoned areas in Lower Davie and Lower Robson, where we've seen significant rental development. On social housing, while we have approved a large number of units at 564 units, almost achieving that target, the troubling situation around that is that we aren't actually seeing many of those projects proceed to construction. In fact, the majority of units that have been either built or are under construction are ones that were also approved in the pre-zoned areas. Of the 12 rezoning applications we've seen come through in the inclusionary rezoning areas, we've actually seen none of those projects proceed to construction since the adoption of the plan. In the meantime, as I mentioned, Housing Vancouver was adopted, where we set up new targets, particularly relevant here towards the below market units, where we would be targeting households with incomes below $80,000. And on that front, we have been making progress through the moderate income rental pilot in particular, and work is now underway on the Oak Ridge Municipal Town Center, where more of this will be embedded in district schedules and zoning. But we are still making relatively slow progress towards those targets. Next slide, please. So this slide just really sets out in very clear terms, what are the changes that we're proposing, or what are the introduced new alternative option that we're proposing is. In terms of policy scope, really the gist is that the current West End Plan and rezoning policy permits strata condominium development, which is relatively high-end condominium development at this central location. If 25% of the floor area of the development is set aside as social housing, and that is deeded generally turnkey to the city, which is then leased into the nonprofit sector to be run as affordable rental housing. The new policy scope that's being proposed today, the option would provide an option for 100% secured rental buildings where a minimum of 20% of the floor area would be secured at below market rents. We've had questions about the change between why 25% in the first option with only 20% secured at below market in the second option. And really the answer lies in the value that's created through strata condominium development being so high that it enables a higher delivery of a proportion of below market. In the second option, the secured market rental just doesn't generate the value to achieve more than 20% below market rents in most cases. We will, however, be evaluating that on a pro forma review to see if we can achieve more than 20%, and that is considered a minimum. In terms of geographic scope, it is the same. It's areas D and E of the Burrard Corridor, as Mr. Richowy pointed out. In terms of housing affordability, we're recommending including an option for shifting from the one option today, which is social housing only, to allow an additional option, which would be securing 20% of the floor area at below market rents, or one-for-one replacement of any existing rental housing that's currently on site, whichever is greater. And we're looking at pegging those rents either to one of two options, the first being the moderate income rents, as identified or laid out in the moderate income rental housing pilot program, or to a percentage below the average market rents identified by CMHC. And we haven't been exactly prescriptive in this report about what that would be, but some of the discussions we've been having with applicants would suggest that we would be looking at a proportion, perhaps 30% at 50% discounts to the CMHC area rents, and a proportion maybe at 20% discount to CMHC area rents. So we would want some flexibility to work with applicants on that, but be working to achieve as deep of discounts to those average rents as possible. In terms of the vacancy or rent control mechanisms, in the first option, it would be social housing, so it would really be tied to a Residential Tenancy Act and or housing income limits, as the case may be with the approach to affordability in the social housing. But really that would be at council's discretion, as it is a city asset. In the second option, or the new option that's being proposed, we would be using one of two approaches. The first, if we go with the moderate income rental housing pilot program approach, the rents would be secured at RTA annual allowable increases in perpetuity. The second approach that's being introduced or proposed related to discounts to CMHC rent would still secure rental rates at discounted rates in perpetuity. However, they would be secured at a discount to the CMHC market. So if on day one a unit was at a 50% discount to whatever the CMHC average market rent is, in year 30, that unit would still be at a 50% discount to the CMHC average market rent, and it would go up in relation to that average market rent increases. And the difference there in relation to some of the questions we've had asked is the RTA increases in the last 5 or 6 years have averaged about 3%, whereas CMHC average market rents have averaged about 6%. So it would go up at a faster rate, but we may be able to secure deeper discounts than we are under the moderate income rental program. So that's sort of the balancing act. In terms of form of development, the West End plan is quite clear about maximum floor plate sizes and building heights. In terms of this alternative approach, we'd be looking at consideration of a maximum of 20% additional floor area, and that's really to accommodate the kinds of changes that are needed in buildings, to accommodate the change in tenure. Often rental buildings are very sensitive to things like floor plate sizes and efficiency of buildings, so some flexibility is needed to shift from what would be a high-end strata type building and form of development to a rental development. In terms of pro forma review will be done in both cases and will be done along our standard process, and will help us determine the depth and levels of affordability. And in terms of the time limit, the West End plan, of course, would be a policy that's in place today, is in place for the life of the plan, and that's not going anywhere as a result of this report. It is still absolutely an option for applicants to build a strata building with 25% of the floor area secured as social housing. This alternative option we're proposing as a trial for a 2-year period. At which point we would report back to council on how it's gone and what the outcomes have been, and any consideration would be done at that point, and through things like the Vancouver plan process around whether or not to make it permanent or amend the plan. Next slide, please, Neil. So one of the questions that's come up is around what the impacts are on the West End public benefit strategy. And a couple of points on this slide. The first is to look at, if you look at in terms of growth areas, we have really, as Mr. Rishowi said, really isolated or concentrated the growth areas along the edges of this community. In terms of rental protection, it really is the primary objective of the plan. And you can see the vast majority of the areas that are white on this map are actually rate of change protected or rental housing stock ODP protected rental housing. And the thrust of the plan is really to protect that and allow rental infill through the Laneways 2.0 policies. So in terms of the public benefit strategy, we really sought to seek a balance. And the balance here was to deliver, on the one hand, affordable housing, and on the other hand, generate cash CACs that would support the delivery of other public benefits. We did that by identifying areas which would more or less exclusively deliver affordable housing as the public benefit. Those being the inclusionary housing zoning areas in red and the areas in dark blue, excuse me. The areas in lighter blue were then identified as being the areas that would deliver strata housing in exchange for cash CACs that would support the delivery of the broader public benefits. So fundamentally, the change here or the option that's being introduced is really about a shift in the approach to affordable housing, or an additional option in terms of the approach to affordable housing, and would have very little impact on the delivery of other public benefits anticipated through the West End plan. Next slide, please. So just to recap the recommendations, staff are here today to recommend to you support for an interim alternative approach to the delivery of rental and affordable housing in the Burrard corridor of the West End plan area, both to support the delivery of rental and affordable housing and to accelerate our economic and community recovery activities as we move forward. And we also are asking approval specifically of the guiding criteria that staff would use to evaluate any proposals or rezoning applications that may come in under this policy should you approve it today. Staff are here and available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Oh, sorry. For some reason I can't unmute here. There, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mayor, so we can hear you.
Okay, thanks so much. Sorry, I was stuck there. We do have a number of questions, staff, and I'll just pull up that list here. Okay, 1 second. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, before you start, actually, we're just going to go to the speaker first, just so they don't have to hang on the line. We have one speaker, staff. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember the name of that speaker, as I can't pull up my notes. There we go. Right. And it's Evan Allegrato from Intercorp Homes. Do we have the speaker there, staff?
Hello.
Hi there. Yep. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes to address council on this matter. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yes, it's Evan Allegrato. I'm the president at Intercorp Homes. We have been building in Vancouver for just over 40 years now. Just want to first say I support this issues report. I think any policy change that brings that supports housing and our housing crisis and actually supports non-market housing is a great policy to move forward, and we are fully in support of that. I think everyone in council saw a letter that I sent to them in advance of this meeting. I'm here to speak on two things, and I think staff did a really good job presenting on the situation in the Western Plan before. In the Burrard corridor, this is the area that was going to see great change in the West End plan. And it really what it did is it essentially protected all the neighborhoods so that there wouldn't see much change in the future. After the West End plan was adopted, a shadow bulletin was put into place that limited the height of projects in the Burrard corridor to minimize the shadowing on Robson and Davie Street. The shadow bulletin, I'd say, has good intentions, but in our view, it limits the amount of housing, dramatically limits the amount of housing, and it hurts from projects being economically feasible. Why that relates to this issues report is that the additional density that is considered in this report gives applicants the ability to either increase height and or floor plates. In some situations where they're smaller sites, it's hard to dramatically increase the floor plates beyond what would be good urban design practices. So the only alternative is to go up in height. But the shadow bulletin is limiting the height on the shadows on Davie and Robson Street. So it's kind of in this, the policy wants to encourage height and density for rental and non-market housing, but the shadow bulletin is, call it superseding all the other items that were that's presented in the policy. So what I'm asking council to consider is, in circumstances where, applicants are meeting core objectives like non-market housing and rental, is that the shadow bulletin, council would address the shadow bulletin now, because it's really hard to move an application forward when staff may be interpreting the shadow bulletin as proceeding higher importance than this issues report. So that's one of the questions I had for council to consider today. The other thing was the 20% cap on density, increases on density. Just one note that Dan mentioned is that the rental housing amount is only 20% of the additional of the total density for the non-market housing. But if you apply it to the 20% of the additional density, it actually equates to being about 24% compared to the strata density. So you're actually getting apples to apples amount of non-market housing. If you increase that cap from 20 to 30 or 40, obviously you will naturally get more non-market housing that was originally intended in the West End Community Plan. And why I suggest, what I'm asking council to consider is just removing the total cap on the density, not because we're trying to pursue the maximum amount of density, but have every application evaluated on its own merit. So either the urban design characteristics, the economics, and the amount of either non-market housing or depth affordability. And the reason, and it's just like economics for these rental projects are really, really hard to make work, especially with concrete, especially downtown Vancouver, especially with all the changes to the building code and energy modeling. It's really hard. So, since there's already a mechanism to review the pro forma and make sure that, it's a kind of a fair trade-off, I'd encourage council just to ask staff to consider each project on its own versus putting a cap on the density. And then both the density and then the shadow policy interact with one another. So those are the two items that I'd ask council to consider. I asked to eliminate both of them, but maybe just either it would be a better amendments on the floor than just elimination. But that's really my feedback that I have for council. And, again, I want to thank staff for bringing this policy to council because, like I said, any housing in our housing crisis, any housing supply in our housing crisis is deeply needed. And, we have 3 projects in the Burrard corridor, all on hold. And, we would definitely move projects forward with some amendments to the policy. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for your participation. Any questions to the Speaker, Council? Just please put yourself on the queue. If not, I'm going to move to the main queue then. And we'll go to Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My first question for staff is, With this review, it's my understanding, I just want to be very clear that this would come back to us after consultation with the public. Is that correct?
Neil, can you jump in?
Yep, thank you. Neil Rochelle. Yes, it would. So this is all this is doing is recommending a framework for staff to consider rezoning applications, and then those rezonings would come back to council for review and approval. So this is not a blanket approval of projects.
Okay, thanks. Another question that I have is specifically regarding affordable home ownership and BC Housing's AHOP or Affordable Home Ownership Program. Would this preclude the City of Vancouver for participating in that? Would the pro forma still work on projects that incorporated affordable home ownership? Or would that be something that would come back to us? And is there room to recommend that still based on the feedback heard from people?
Thank you for the questions. Dan Garrison here. We have not considered and haven't built affordable home ownership as an option into this this proposal today. So it wouldn't be a part of what would be approved right now. It is something we're looking at as we go into the discussions about the next phase of our housing work. As we look at the Vancouver plan, we are working with and talking to BC Housing about those issues, as well as folks in the community that are looking at proposals around that, but it's not part of the proposal that we put forward today.
Okay, I understand that. I was just asking if there'd be room for it to come back. If you heard overwhelmingly in public consultation that people were looking for sort of middle income affordable home ownership and considering BC Housing's program that they offer, you know, second mortgages. I know that I've been at this one for a while here. Mr. Garrison, I'm just hoping that you might be able to tell me, would I need an amendment to move forward with that? Or would I instead, as you said, staff are already working on that. If something was to come to fruition, would staff bring that back when you return with consultation on this?
Yes, that's right. I mean, it is something that we're looking at and talking to the community about, particularly as we're having discussions around complete neighborhoods in the Vancouver plan process. So as we have those conversations of what kinds and forms of affordable housing the community members are going to be looking for, then that's where we would be bringing those kinds of considerations back to you.
Okay, so that would really be redundant. I'm just looking for clarity on that because you're already working on that unless it was very specific, which wouldn't apply to this report so much.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, all right, that's helpful to know. Now, also just wanted to talk about the definition of social housing. I understand that, you know, we supported a motion to reconsider how we define social housing. So would those considerations be made before moving forward with this, or would we be doing that alongside this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We're also doing that work, looking at our housing, like the recalibration of the targets, the definitions of social housing. We will be providing council with information on that shortly, but we are doing work on any changes related to that in relation to our broader housing work. So we are looking at that, absolutely. And as part of what we're bringing back through the consideration as the early actions in the Vancouver plan. So we are looking at that. In terms of this particular policy, there are still two policy options here that would be available should council approve that. The first would still be a turnkey social housing option under a strata social, where the applicant's obligation would be to transfer ownership of the units to the city, and then it would be up to council to determine things like levels of affordability and how that would be delivered and deployed. So that would still be available. All we're introducing here is really the additional option of a below market rental, which is clearly, I think, outlined in the report and doesn't sort of relate to the definition of social housing.
Okay, and if a nonprofit operator were to be involved, there might be some special circumstances that would be considered. Is there room for that? I know I only have 20 seconds left.
Yeah, we always appreciate partnerships that engage the community-based housing sector. So that's definitely an opportunity that's available here.
Great, thanks. I'll put myself back on the queue. Happy to move this at the time, but see a number of councillors on the queue for questions. Thanks.
Mayor Stewart, we can't hear you. Still no audio from you.
Sorry, I'm just having some remote assistance here. If you could just, we'll go to Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a number of questions. I'm hoping either we'll get through them or do a second round or other councillors will ask them. So I'll try to be quick, and many appear to be simple, but I just want to be crystal clear. If council does not support this report, and I understand that the strata and the inclusionary social housing building stands, can they build rental at all without this report being passed?
Yeah, it's Dan Garrison here. The option for on these locations would require that a rezoning set aside 25% of the floor area for social housing. And that approach is, generally speaking, it's built and deeded turnkey to the city. So theoretically, someone could build rental here, but if with that, the requirement to deliver the social housing, it would not be financially viable without the strata to allow them to meet that obligation under the West End rezoning policy.
Okay, and there are existing rental buildings on these, is that right? That
That's
do
correct.
require, and the one-to-one rental replacement policy would still also apply to those?
Yeah, that's correct. If there was a case, for example, on one of these sites where there were more rental units on the site than was made up for with 20%, we would require a higher percentage until they at least replaced the number of rental units that were there.
Okay, if council were to approve report today, and I'm thinking of other recent approvals like Oak Ridge with respect to inclusionary social housing, or more recently the Oak Ridge Transit Center, would we be creating a precedent that would open up those projects being delayed or coming back for a kind of switch in tenure type or reworking?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. In our opinion, no, and you would not be setting a precedent, and the reason for that is that we've made very clear that this is a short-term trial for this part of the city alone, and we'll be going through a 2-year evaluation to determine whether it would be lessons learned that could be applied to other parts of the city. And so we were very careful to structure this in a way that it pertained to this geography and for a limited time period.
Okay, thank you. There's commentary in the report that suggests that the pickup on MRP has not been anticipated or hoped. And I know we're halfway through those MRP projects at about 10 of 20 approved, and the analysis hasn't happened yet, but there seems to be a statement from staff that that program isn't working as hoped. So if that's the case, why include it as an option in this report, in addition to the CMHC alternative?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As we're looking at the MRP program, and where some of that comes from is, when we initially introduced MRP, there was a lot of excitement in the private sector about it. We had, I think it was something like 70 inquiries right out of the gate. We now are down to about, with 20 open spaces, down to about 10 or 11 projects that we're seeing actively working through there. And the main reason cited by the industry is around the strict vacancy control provisions, which makes, while we completely understand why there's interest in that and the why that is, it does have an effect on lenders' ability or interest in investing in the projects. And so that's one of the challenges we've seen with MRP that we're trying to work through, and why we're introducing an alternative option. There are still some applicants that are wanting to proceed with that proposal. We have seen support from council for moderate income projects, and so we didn't want to limit it to just one option when MRP is still a possibility.
Do we have any indicator that any of these 5 sites would potentially pursue MRP?
We haven't received that indication to date so far. The applicants or the owners of these sites that had proceeded under previous applications that we've talked to have indicated they would prefer to go with the CMHC discounted approach.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then DCL waivers, can you just clarify? Mostly, I know this is a question that comes up from a lot of people. I'd like to ask it on the record. the DCL waivers, if they're applicable to current strata social booster units versus not being applicable with the rental, or they're not applicable for both?
DCL waivers on the strata social would not be applicable to the strata portion, but social housing is exempt from development cost levies by provincial statute. So the social housing floor area would not pay development cost levies. In terms of the rental model, it would be dependent on whether or not the rental building meets the criteria as set out in the development cost levy bylaw. So either the average rents below the average that's set out by unit type, or 20% of the floor area being under the moderate income rents would both qualify these a 100% rental building for DCL waivers potentially.
Okay, that's
Thanks so
fine.
much.
I'm gonna go back and look for more questions. Thanks.
Councillor Kerr.
Yes, thanks very much. Appreciate the time you've taken to prepare the presentation for us. So I do have some questions. I did email them, I must admit, late last night. Sorry about that. So I just want to go over a few that haven't been answered. And it really relates to the statement or the information you presented on what we've achieved to date in terms of the targets in the West End Community Plan for Housing. So we, by your statistics today, are almost at the social housing target for the 10-year target, although, as you noted, some have not proceeded to construction. And we've exceeded the rental housing targets quite significantly in the 10-year target. But my question is, there were other benefits in the social benefits, community benefits, public benefits outlined in the West End Community Plan beyond housing, quite significant public amenities. And remind me if those were not intended to be funded by the development, particularly of strata housing within the plan area. And I think probably mostly on the Georgia corridor.
Thank you for your question, Councillor, and that is a very good question. The plan had, as Mr. Garrison laid out, very specific zones that were meant to deliver different types of public benefits. And if I need to, I can pull up the report again and put up that slide, but there was a light blue section along the Georgia and Burrard corridors that were meant to be strata with cash CACs. And those are the areas that were intended to fund the public benefit package for the West End plan. The zones along the Georgia and Burrard corridor you are considering today were always meant to be in-kind public benefits through social housing. And so there was never a competition or threat of loss of CAC dollars in those zones if we switch over to, if a developer chooses to switch to the rental option. And so, no, so there we do not foresee any diminution of cash CACs as a result of approving our recommendations today.
Okay, there's quite considerable public concern about the number or the amount of CACs that have been generated by the development in the areas of the plan where that's suggested. And you're saying that's not in the Burrard corridor, the Thurlow corridor, correct? Okay. So have we reported out to the public on this? Because I'm getting so many questions from residents in the West End who feel like the elements of the plan, that are going to be supposed to be funded by CACs are just not proceeding.
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. No, we have not done a thorough reporting out to the public on the delivery of the public benefit package, but the planning department does recognize the fundamental importance of having a systemic way of reporting out on how we are implementing our plans. And so we've established an implementation group. That group reports to me, and we are in the process of setting up a framework for how we report out to both the public and to council on the success of all of our community plans on the delivery of the public benefit package. And so fully recognized for a transparent, effective democracy, we need to be reporting out on those things, and we're setting up a system to do so.
Great. I am an amendment, I will be honest, to this report that deals with the concerns raised by the public with me. And it is simply to ask you, staff, to publicly report back to council on the progress to date in implementing the public benefit strategy for this plan and any possible strategies needed to achieve the community benefits detailed. Would you have any problem with that?
Well, let me jump in on that one, Neil. This is Gil Kelly. Thank you, Councillor Carr. We don't have a problem with that. We have a lot of the information already. As you probably know, we have a fairly substantial bank account, if you will, from CAC collections, but a number of the projects are a combination of renewal and growth related. And so they're a blend of capital funds and things like the West End Community Center, which is probably the biggest one. Is in the design process now and moving forward. There are others like street improvements that are also moving forward, but we can give the council a full status report on that.
Well, thank you, Mr. Kelly. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation this morning. It was really helpful. A couple of quick questions. One was around what prompted the policy change. Was it largely because we were seeing this shift in the market, or was it that with the 5 rezonings that were there that we heard from the builders that there was concerns, or sort of a combination of these things that prompted bringing this forward?
Let me, Dan, if you want to jump in. I think the impetus here was twofold. One is the desire to get more rental housing, market rental and affordable rental. That's been a pretty long-standing council concern of this council, and the opportunity with the sort of flattening of the strata market, the condo market right now, has had several developers in different parts of town, including some here in this geography, really looking at converting strata buildings to rental. And so we want to have the option to pursue that. So I would say it's sort of twin objectives coming together.
Okay, that's helpful. And just, I guess for context is, we heard through Councillor Kirby-Young's question that rental theoretically would be possible, but might be challenging given the current requirements around the 25% social housing. But what happens if council doesn't approve this recommended approach? I think there was 5 rezoning applications that were referred to in these areas. So does nothing happen? I don't know if there's currently housing there on those sites, but could you give me sort of a sense of what the future would look like?
Yeah, it's Dan Garrison. I can try. I think the most likely outcome, just based on our conversations with the folks with property in the area, it is that there would just be a pause essentially on development in the area until we wait and see where the strata condominium market goes, and if it once again at some point in the future supports the kinds of development, the kinds of values that would be able to deliver on the social housing requirements that are under the current policy. So it would likely result in a pause. There are existing rental buildings on most of these sites, older rental buildings, so those would continue to be there. But there would be, it's likely that for the foreseeable future, we just wouldn't see development on these sites.
Okay, thank you. And then just following on around the question around the form of development, with the table you had, one of the last slides you had around comparing the West End plan to what's proposed here, and the maximum of 20% additional floor area, is that over and above what was allowable or what is allowable under the West End plan?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question. Neil Rashouri here. Yes, that would be 20% above and beyond what is allowed in the West End plan, and so we would see that in terms of floor plate size, and the larger floor plate to accommodate the change in tenure.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And we've had some correspondence around the possibility of that actually being up to 30%. Was that something that came up in your discussions and would be considered, or is there any flexibility around that?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it did come up in our discussions, and I'd like to emphasize that in the report we said 10 to 20%, and to make that accommodation for the rental, this change in rental tenure. 30% is a huge change, And we feel that the change above 20% reaches a point where we'd have to go back and have substantial engagement with the community to make sure that this is a nature of change and a trade-off that they feel comfortable with. And so, but 20%, up to 20%, given some criteria and pro forma performance, we feel is reasonable to both allow the rental to move forward, but stays with the intent of the plan.
Okay, thank you. And sorry,
Just 30 seconds.
Oh, well, it might be end up. I was looking over my questions. Okay, well, I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah. How many rental units are on those 5? Can you hear me okay?
We can, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. How many rental units are on those 5 sites in D&E now, and what are the rents?
Thanks, Councillor. I'm just looking up in our seeing what I have for the detailed answers. I'm not sure I have the exact number that are on those 5 specific sites.
Ballpark is fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure that I have the exact number with me. It's something I can try to look up from staff and get back to you on. There are rental units in low-rise walk-up buildings though on these sites, and the rents that we're aware of are largely around. We look at the average market rents. Typically in the West End, the older buildings would rent at or around the average market rent, since the older buildings make up the bulk of the rental stock. Every time we do a redevelopment in an area like this, we always, when we do the tenant relocation work and tenant relocation planning, we do, of course, always uncover a number of units where somebody may have lived there for a long time that has a lower rent and requires additional assistance in terms of relocation. And that is encompassed within the policy to make sure we're providing that for any folks that are deemed to be in vulnerable situations. That would be the case here as well. Staff are telling me now it looks like there's approximately 200 rental units existing in the area right now.
Okay. So if this recommendation went through, how many affordable rental units could we anticipate from the 5 sites? Could we get 200?
Well, we haven't seen the exact number, but we would certainly be looking at requiring that. And if you were to approve this policy today, we would actually be looking at requiring that a minimum of 1-for-1 replacement would be secured at the below market rents, and then we would be looking to, through the tenant relocation plan, make those units available certainly to anyone who is currently living on site today. So that would be part of the process we would go through. Where it looks like, and one of the attractive, I think, things about the proposal is just the amount of rental that could be delivered on these sites. So the staff are telling me now that if all of these sites switch to rental, we could see as many as 4,000 units of additional rental housing being built in the area, 20% of which, of course, would be secured at the below market rates and available to anyone who is ultimately needing to relocate as a result of the development.
The developers are basically saying, yeah, we need this, but we also need a lot more density. So if we pass this, are we signaling that we're going to go for a lot more density too?
Well, Councillor, I'd say I think what we're signaling is that if we were to pass this today, we would be open to design flexibility in the delivery of the affordable of the housing to accommodate changes in design of rental buildings versus strata buildings. It's relatively easy to build strata buildings when the market is strong with small floor plates and sort of boutique design and those kinds of things. It's much more difficult to do in a rental building where the efficiency, if you will, of your floor plate, the sort of rentable area is really important in making the economics of it work. And so in a way that's really contained to these sites, in this area, we would be looking at that to accommodate the shift in tenure.
So the other thing I'm thinking is with the strata, it's actually, we get publicly owned housing. Whereas with the market, it's not publicly owned. So I don't know. Isn't it better to have it publicly owned in terms of being able to control it and control the rents and make sure that it's there for people who need it?
Yeah, I mean that's correct, and that's one of the key trade-offs that we look at here in this approach. Is the public ownership through the strata approach is something that we do like and appreciate in terms of the inclusionary model we have. However, it does come with 75% of the units on these sites being relatively high-end, or in some cases quite high-end strata units, which are really not affordable to many households. With the shift to rental, we are able through this policy to secure deep levels of affordability in the privately owned stock, and then we're able to secure the rest of the building as rental that is going to be affordable not to lower income households, but to households that live and work here and are part of sort of the regular rental market. So that's kind of the balance that we're looking at in this approach.
Hey,
Thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. One question that I'd like staff to provide a comparison of what rents would be under this proposal compared to the rents that would be charged in a social housing project. I didn't see that in the report. So to be clear again, what is the difference in the rents that would be charged with the social housing under the current arrangement versus the market rental affordable in this new scenario?
Sure, I'm just pulling up where I have that information. Sorry, Councillor, I'm just looking it up in the report.
I didn't see it in the report.
There's a reference table in the report. I'm just looking for it now. That does identify this on page table 5 on page 7, which does go through the rents. And so in a social housing project, we would be securing, as you know, a portion of the units below the housing income limits and a portion of the units at the low end of market. That tends to change based on the procurement process we do with the nonprofits and what proposals the nonprofit partners bring forward to us. The BC housing income limits are in there. If we just take as an example a 1-bedroom unit, the BC housing income limit would establish a maximum rent for that unit at $1,387 a month. Typically, it's
versus $1,900.
Versus in this for the below market units, 20% below the average CMHC rent would be $1,333, and 50% below the average would be $833, and we would be secure.
So it's not a minor difference is the key point. So let me move on as I'm mindful of time. So I think it's on page 2. Staff says it's responding to an immediate need of supporting local economic activity through creation of construction jobs. What is the earliest staff thinks construction jobs could be started if the report is adopted today? Is the urgency the same if the construction won't start for 3 years?
Yeah, it's probably, let me try that one, Neil. I think this is Gil Kelly. Thank you, Councillor. It's likely to be 2 to 3 years, probably 2 is an aggressive schedule to construction. On the other hand, with the strata proposals, those are likely to sit for a much longer time just because the market is flat and we're not sure when that will turn around. So the rental is likely to get started sooner.
So while I've got you, Mr. Kelly, I didn't see a response to questions that were posed in a detailed letter from Mr. Ian Crook, November 22nd, regarding this report. And I'm wondering when those questions, particularly around the pro formas in this report and the need for subsidies, will be made available to us.
I'm going to ask Dan, and I think we also have members of real estate staff on the call here today as well. who've reviewed that set of questions. They came in on Sunday or yesterday, I think. They came
November 22nd.
Yeah.
Well, while you're working on that, and we may need, I think, to move a second round of questions, I will continue because I'm going to use this as an opportunity to press for the question of when we will receive the Recalibrating Housing Vancouver strategy data as requested. I'm anxiously waiting for the data that will support or not these kinds of changes. I'm inclined to press pause until we have a clearer picture of what our demand metrics are. So maybe you can answer that as well, although I've only got 30 seconds and I'm asking for another round of questions.
Second.
Okay, I'm just going to pause there, just reserving your last 30 seconds. Councillor Hardwick, so we have a motion on the floor to ask for a second round of questions. I'll do yeas and nays. All who want a second round of questions, please say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, we've got the second round. Councillor Hardwick, you get about 20 seconds left with this.
Yeah, I
this
rather
round.
suspect that Mr. Kelly won't be able to answer those two questions in 20 seconds, so I'll put myself back on the queue.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova into the second round. Perhaps we'll just go to Councillor Kirby-Yung. I think you've asked questions in this round, so I'll go to.
I have. I'm happy to, I'm on for second, but I'm happy to let Councillor Fry go because I don't believe he's asked.
Councillor Fry then. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, can.
Yeah, thank you. So just for some clarification on the procedural process here, with my understanding is that the Strand and Intercorp have already gone through public hearing and the 3 BOSA projects would yet go through public hearing. Do the Strand Intercorp go back to public hearing now as a result of this policy change?
Hi, this is Teen here from Rezoning. Happy to answer that question, Councillor Fry. Certainly, the Strand Intercorp sites that have gone through public hearing, they have proceeded to public hearing, but they haven't yet been enacted. So should they wish to resubmit a new application under the new interim approach, that would be that would go through that process of open house, urban design panel, and then a visit to council at public hearing. Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so none of these projects anticipate significant changes to the sort of height and mass and sort of built form that's approved in the West End plan? Explicitly.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Fry. The height is we're not lifting the height. We are giving more flexibility on the density, and so we would see larger floor plates to accommodate the extra density versus through height.
Interesting. Okay. So that is a significant. And what do we anticipate the sort of? And I guess so. On that note, then the utility DCLs would be calculated based on amendments to the density.
Correct.
Okay. So what would we have anticipated the utility DCLs on these projects previously to have generated? Just ballparky. I guess the question where I'm going with it, sorry, is are these self-sustaining? Are they paying their way?
Hi, Councillor Fry. It's Teen Fan here from Rezoning. Under the 100% rental option, the DCL could be waived if the applicant meets the maximum rental unit and rental rate criteria, in which we anticipate that they would. And then under the Strata version, with the social housing component, DCLs would also be waived.
But that includes utility DCLs.
Councillors, Dan Garrison just jumping in on that to clarify, the citywide DCL would be eligible to waive the utility DCLs. It would ultimately be payable on this, so they wouldn't be able to waive the utilities DCLs for the reasons you identify around needing to contribute to the system.
Okay, so just to be clear, then utility DCLs are essentially sort of self-funding, so they carry the weight of the utility.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm good.
Okay, thanks so much. We're on a second round now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dejanova. All second round. Please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to follow up for clarity around the DCL and CAC questions that I asked earlier, and Councillor Carr and Fry also touched upon. And so specifically, I understand that the DCL would be applicable on the strata component, not the social component of the existing zoning, correct? But the DCLs, the citywide DCLs could be waived on rental if they qualify for the maximum number of units. Have I summed that up correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. And then moving on to, so there could be just reflecting that back then, so I'm clear, based on the change in your type, there could be less DCL income coming in. Is that right?
That's potentially correct if they meet the criteria for the waiver.
Okay. And then with respect to following up to Councillor Carr's questions around CACs, and you had mentioned, I think you stated that you didn't see there would be any diminishment of cash CACs anticipated with this plan. So can you just clarify or restate for me, I'm clear, what CACs would be payable in these respective scenarios or not?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So there is still the opportunity to collect a CAC on these sites if it went to, was the question pertaining to if it goes rental?
In either situation, in the current zoning versus if this report passes and the rental option is pursued.
So the trade-off of the CACs, we would see a minimal loss of potential CAC. The cost of providing the 25% social, we would anticipate to take up the overwhelming majority of the CAC generated. There might be some small amount left over afterwards, but it would not be considered a significant funding source for the public benefit strategy.
Okay, and in the rental, just to be explicitly clear, because we get asked this question a lot from the West End neighbors, in the rental scenario, the CACs do not apply because of housing, the tenure type, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so just to be very clear for people that question, there is no diminishment per se in public benefits through the switching of housing types or the potential passing of this report.
That is correct.
Okay, I wanted to be explicitly clear on that because those are questions that we get asked. That's really helpful. And then the other question I have is, sort of my last one, is between the options that are being proposed for MERP or the CMHC rents, is it fair to say that we get deeper discounts and more affordable rent through the CMHC option because of the vacancy control considerations?
Councillor Stan Garrison, yeah, that's correct. And the folks we've talked to have indicated to us, the landowners and potential applicants, that's the case. They are more able to do deeper upfront discounts if the vacancy control provision at the RTA rent is or the vacancy control provision is structured differently.
Okay, so final point on that. So the MERP rents may be more affordable because while you wouldn't have vacancy control, they cannot be raised more than the provincial allowance on an annual basis, so they will always remain comparably the same portion of affordability relative to the market rents.
Yeah, the MERP rents will maintain the same level of affordability relative to inflation. So and incomes. We're tried explicitly there to peg them to incomes. The CMHC average market rents would be pegged to any increases in the market, those still maintaining the deep discount to what those market rents are.
Okay, that's super helpful. I really appreciate the clarifications. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5.
Thank you. I'll be coming back to Mr. Kelly again, but I just wanted to sort of define this. So the understanding here is that condo sales are down. And so developers need to keep developing. And the city is saying that we have a market rental shortage or rental shortage. And so we're trading off the value of social housing that was to come with those market condos in exchange for more rental housing at the market or so-called affordable rental levels. Is that accurate?
Well, again, I would preface it by saying we know from all the evidence we have so far that rental supply is very much needed as opposed to more strata supply in very general terms. Hardwick.
Very general terms.
Yes, and so the proposal here is to be able to help meet that supply through these fairly substantial projects. It does come at the cost of trading off affordable rental for city-owned affordable social housing, and we have we're going to have detailed conversations on each project as it comes forward as to exactly what levels those are that can be reached within the individual projects, but a minimum of 20% in the rental. Yes, of course, developers are interested in approaching the city with rental now versus strata because the strata market is so flat.
And again, the rental market, I know we're waiting for the CMHC numbers that will come early in January that will show us what our current vacancy rates are. So we're continuing to move down this path without having an up-to-date understanding about rental demand in the city. Is that accurate?
Well, we don't have a precise feel for that, but we have a general feel. And I think you'll probably see some reflection of COVID temporary effect on demand in the rental market because of students and others who, some have fallen into homelessness and students have not appeared. So there's probably an increase in that vacancy rate that you'll likely see.
Oh, there surely will. But notwithstanding, still looking for data, not just on purpose-built rental, but on the secondary rental market throughout the city. When can we expect to see that data?
Yeah, and we're getting back to you soon with a memo outlining our methodology there because the data that you've asked for, we provided a whole bunch of it at the end of July, as you'll remember, and that was data that was relatively, although it was time consuming, easier for us to get because of the tags in our own system. Getting other data is extremely labor intensive. We're working on that and we're doing that. The secondary market for rental is also very difficult to ascertain, but we're looking at ways to approximate that as well, so that we have a pretty good sense of.
With all the permits that we get from people having market. So I'm going to move on.
We're going to bring you into the permit center file someday.
Yay! Well, I look forward to actually and memos and PDF. Knock yourselves out, but I really would like to see the data. Projects that would include fewer family-sized units, particularly 3-bedroom units. The unit mix required for social housing calls for 30% 2-bedroom units and 20% 3-bedroom units. The unit mix required for rental housing, including the below-the-market rental units, calls for 35% family housing with no breakdown between 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom units. At present, most MERP projects are providing 25% 2-bedroom and 10% 3-bedroom units. So what is going to happen here? What do you anticipate in terms of family units in comparison?
Thank you for the question. And there's it's one of the key reasons why we do build a very high proportion of family housing requirements into our social housing when we can have it delivered, is because it is very, very difficult for the market to deliver family-sized units. And so that's why we build that in. So you are correct that there will likely be somewhat lesser delivery of family-oriented units in the privately delivered model than in the social housing model.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, second round of questions. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
I was going to, Mr. Mayor, but in the interest of time, as long as there aren't any other councillors on the queue that haven't asked questions, I would like to move the recommendations.
We do have a couple more questions. Councillor Carr, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Carr, go ahead, Councillor Carr. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So I have a couple of questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung asked a question about whether or not this change would impact the public benefit strategy. And I heard that the answer was no, but I'm just questioning that in terms of the potential impact on the delivery of social housing. So if there is uptake on the social housing, on the rental housing end of it, could we see a decrease, potentially even not meeting the plan, the West End plan's objectives around social housing?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's Dan Garrison. You're correct in that framing, and that we were suggesting that it isn't going to impact the delivery of other public non-housing related public benefits. But it will obviously result in a lower delivery of social housing than we were anticipating. And the report does speak to these would be assets that would be delivered to the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund and managed through that. So there would be some long-term effects on not having those assets in that fund. On the other hand, we currently are not seeing the delivery of those assets at any rate, as we've seen rezoning applications in these areas have moved forward. So, so our intent here, while we recognize that's an issue, is certainly to provide an alternative that would allow affordable housing to be delivered in the meantime.
Okay. Mr. Garrison, I think the statement was made that, or the projection was made that this switch could deliver about 4,000 units of rental housing. Are you making any assumptions there, or staff making any assumptions regarding the desire of the developers that staff has spoken with to make the switch from social housing to rental housing? Does it look like this is very much something that will be embraced by the development community?
Well, I'd say we certainly are bringing this forward to you for the reasons that Mr. Kelly outlined. On the one hand, the need for rental and below market rental housing, but also because of the interest in the applicants in these areas in having an alternative to the strata-driven model. And so we are anticipating a significant take-up from at least a couple of the key developers in the area of this model because of that interest they've expressed.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I would expect that it seems that most of them, given the slowdown in the starts to the social housing or to the condo social housing projects. One final question, which is around family units. I'm quite cognizant, given COVID, that the stress on families is very much increasing in terms of having to work and stay confined in space, the space of your home. Are we looking at all about in the family units increasing the size of those units? Has that conversation at all happened, or is it intended to be pursued with developers?
Yes, thank you for the question. And you are right that we are seeing increased stress, particularly on families, but I think on everyone who's having to spend more time in their homes, as we all are now. So we are looking at that. We had previously been working prior to the start of the pandemic on looking at we have a set of guidelines called the I always lose the High Density Housing for Families with Children's Guidelines. It's a bit of a mouthful. And we were looking at revising and updating those guidelines prior to the pandemic, and we've had to put it on pause in the last few months, but it is something we'll be picking up, and particularly as we look at conversations like the Complete Neighborhoods conversations as part of the Vancouver plan, how we accommodate families in the cities. Those guidelines are going to be a really important part of making sure families are welcome here and able to maintain and stay in the city.
I'm super happy that you're working on that and look forward to the report coming to council. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks again. So if the developers are actually looking at rental instead of condo, why would the city feel that we need to subsidize that with waivers, DCL waivers, for example?
Well, I would only say that they are looking at rental as an option as the condo market has been decreasing, and certainly we've seen increased attention towards rental in the last few years. But I would argue that if you look at the financials of these projects, as we have looked at many, that those incentives, including the development cost levy waivers, and in this case, the potential for some relaxations on the height and density and those sorts of aspects of development, are actually critical factors in why the industry has started to look at rental, because it's very difficult in a market that has been so dominated by strata development over the last few decades to make rental work. And so those incentives that the city has offered and that have been available are a big part of the reason why there is developer interest and market interest in building rental today.
Okay, so if we went for this, and if the rental is required to do a 1-for-1 replacement and 20% below market, whichever is greater, could those units be owned by the city? So we would have mixed ownership in the building like we do in a strata building? Why couldn't we do that for a rental building?
The short answer is just that the rent is the cost of doing that to the project and to the applicant. The way that we take ownership of units on the strata side is that the strata part of the project creates such significant increase in value that the city is able to, in effect, purchase the units that are set aside as social housing and have them transferred into our ownership. In an all rental model, the market rental floor area that's created just doesn't create the value that's needed to allow those units to be transferred to us in total.
The city doesn't purchase them. The city has given them as turnkey, I thought.
That's correct, Councillor. I was trying to sort of clarify how it works in terms of how the money works. But the only way that we're able to secure them being transferred to us is because of the value that's generated in the project by the development of the strata. Without that, we can't simply require the units to be turned over to the city because the projects wouldn't be viable and they wouldn't get built. So that's why what this model does in retaining ownership with the private sector is that while there is reduced revenue coming off of those units because the rents are capped and limited, there is still revenue that allows the project to be maintained and allows it to be financed and built. And those rents, those deep discounted rents, will be secured in perpetuity, 60 years of the life of the building.
What if we just said, okay, we're not going to do any big high density. We're not going to do any of these where we give lots of DCL waivers and CAC waivers and extra density. We're just not doing that for a while, a year or two anyway. And unless it's for nonprofit, that's really affordable because they don't have to build in the profit for the developers. What would happen to land prices if we did that?
That's a really it's a good question, and it's a question that would depend would be very contextual. In these cases, the land prices are really set by the existing use that's on that land. So there's two ways to value land. One is by the value of the existing use. The other is as a development site. In many cases, you're seeing projects or land being valued under what is existing allowed on it. And so in many ways, if you weren't allowing the higher density development, the challenge would be that you would be really limiting any development from happening. And what happens in that circumstance is inflationary pressure on housing costs. And so
what about,
that would be the main concern.
Wouldn't it lower land prices? And aren't expensive land prices one of the big problems in making housing affordable?
High land costs are a major barrier to the delivery of affordable housing in Vancouver. In a case such as this one, building a larger rental building doesn't necessarily impact the land price because there's already existing rental on it, and so the land is also valued under its current use.
Okay, thanks very much.
thanks.
That's the end of this second round of questions. I have Councillor DeGenova on the list.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I think I'm going to take the opportunity to ask a question. Following that, I just was hoping Mr. Garrett, if that's all right, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I thought you already asked a second round of questions, Councillor DeGenova.
I didn't actually. I waived that, thinking that I'd move the motion. Okay. You told me others had questions.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just a quick one. Thanks so much. Yeah. I know it's been feels like a long morning already. Mr. Garrison, if I may, Mr. Mayor, through you, in follow up to some of the questions asked by Councillor Swanson. Would we see, especially in times of COVID-19, nonprofits, if they weren't going to work with a development partner, they would need equity to move forward? They could get maybe construction financing through BC Housing or CMHC, but they wouldn't be able to do this without the appropriate amount of equity and some risk on their part in moving forward with their own development. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And they could either have their own equity or they could get it in addition to financing in the form of capital grants through BC Housing. But there are, as we know, while there are much better housing programs today than there were a few years ago from provincial and senior levels of government, there are not enough in place so that we can move from what has been a private delivery model with 90 to 95% of our housing being delivered by the private sector to an entirely nonprofit model, sort of overnight. And so we definitely support development by the community-based housing sector. We think that has to grow as part of our overall housing stock. But as where we sit today in our housing system, it's not going to meet the entire need.
Okay, but there's nothing saying that nonprofits can't still work on a joint venture basis with developers, and that our staff might realize in unique circumstances that would work best, to Councillor Swanson's question earlier, that then they would own the units themselves, but within sort of a project?
Yeah, that's correct. And that we really support those kinds of partnerships as ways to have nonprofit housing providers increase their share of the stock. It's an important approach.
Okay, thank you very much. Another question I have is, if we look at sort of strata units that are turned over to the city, and this was one of my questions on the recent rezoning that went ahead on Beach Crescent, the city would still be responsible, albeit not for strata fees, fee simple maintenance requirements, which would be our share of the maintenance fees of the building. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. We would typically take the units in an airspace parcel, which would be an airspace subdivision, and the costs of maintenance of the overall building are laid out in reciprocal easement agreements between the Strata Corporation and the city and or operator as the owner of the social housing airspace parcel. So there would still be maintenance fees payable and a share of the risk in the overall maintenance of the building.
Okay, and sometimes those maintenance fees could possibly go beyond the actual rents that BC Housing permits. Like, for instance, there could be more paid in maintenance in some cases, depending on the building and the share, than we would see in the $375 shelter allowance. Is that correct?
You could be seeing that at the shelter rate.
Okay.
At the lowest end.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Mayor, for allowing those questions. And I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. Very comfortable with the consultation and understanding that staff are also going to bring information back to us, but this also will allow for public input.
Okay, thanks.
For those reasons, I'd like to move the motion.
Great. We have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, I think I heard Councillor Kirby-Yung first. Thanks so much. Now we're on the main queue for debate and decision. Councillor Carr, you have up to 5 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to close on it instead?
Okay, sorry. Did you have more that you wanted to say, Councillor?
I just wanted to thank staff. I came into this with some questions as well, but understanding that staff are going to go out and do some consultation, work with the community and come back to us. I was a little bit apprehensive knowing that affordable home ownership wasn't specifically being considered, but also understanding that that could come back in some feedback. And alongside this, that our staff are working with BC Housing on possible opportunities as they present themselves. So for that reason, I do support the staff recommendations. That being said, I really do hope that we truly find ways to engage the public, especially as people are learning our new systems through COVID-19. So just wanted to thank staff for their work on this and the excellent answers to the questions. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Okay, Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I've forwarded an amendment to this report. So it was the amendment that I did in open conversation and question period posed to staff, to which the response was no problem with this. The reason I think that this is an important amendment is, number one, because there is community concern around the delivery of the public benefit strategy that's embedded in the West End Community Plan. The community in the West End, it was a very hard thing to take 60-story buildings in the perimeter, but the public benefit, that's a tall wall, but the public benefits that would result from that were one of the reasons why that was accepted. But we've heard from staff as well in further questioning by me that there could be an impact on this change in terms of the delivery of the social housing component that's been an objective of the plan. So I think that report back would be extremely welcomed by the community at large, and I think important for us as councillors as well, especially if we need to adjust any of the measures or strategies needed to fulfill the community benefits detailed in the plan.
Second.
Okay, okay, great. Thank you. I have a seconder, and I'm going to move to the amendment queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, please go ahead. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead, up to 5.
Yeah, very happy to speak in support of this amendment. And I thank Councillor Carr for bringing it forward. It's something I know a number of us have had discussions with community members and sat in sessions where people wonder about progress, and especially when you're looking at longer term builds or projects like the West End Community Centre, the wait can seem interminable, and people, I think clarity of information and keeping that communication flowing is really important to make sure that people understand that there is a plan benefits, and if there are any unanticipated changes or delays, that we're also clear about that too and the reasons why. So I do appreciate Councillor Carr bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support it.
Thanks. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we'll call a vote on this one. Okay. Councillor Dejanova, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, do you still need vote assist?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I've actually voted in favor already, but I think it may be showing up as a different councillor.
Okay. Clerks. Great. Okay, that is, if the clerks can pull up that vote, that's passed unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. We'll move back to the queue. Councillor Carr, anything else?
Yes, absolutely. So I will be supporting the recommendations. I'm supporting them for a number of reasons. One is really in balance, recognizing that the production of rental housing is very important in this city. I have had concerns around the cost of the rental housing or the prices on the rents, but in general, I think that this city benefits. The people of this city benefit by the building of rental housing, so I'm supportive from that point of view. In terms of affordability, I'm quite supportive of the measures that are being proposed in this trial for affordability, because I think they do deliver more affordability. I have lots of concerns, and I have expressed them for many years, terms too, around our definition that, really only a third of it ends up being truly affordable, and the rest is at market. But in this case, staff are suggesting two alternatives around affordability. The first are the MERP guidelines. And those moderate income rental housing guidelines, I did modify last term on council to tie those rents to income, and tying the rents to income means in effect that there's vacancy control in terms of keeping the rents at an absolute affordable level at 30% of a household income. So that's one option. The other is CMH, some percentage less than the CMHC rents, and the report actually has an example or cites the possibility of 50%. I would encourage that, 50% below market. The rents outlined in this report are affordable rents, and I'm really hopeful that either through a very robust percentage, like 50% of CMHC rents, or the MERT program, that we're going to get more affordability in the buildings that that are pursued under this pilot program. So thanks, staff, for bringing this forward. Oh,
Thank you.
for passing the amendment, council, that I put forward, which I think is going to be very much in the public interest.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
And I thank Councillor Carr for her amendment. However, I have one as well that I've submitted to the clerk.
Okay, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up, just to remind council that we are supposed to break at noon and then in camera from 1 to 4. We have quite a lot to do on our in-camera agenda. And so just to keep that in mind as we go forward, as well as quite a lot to accomplish after we come back from in-camera.
Mayor Stewart, we don't have the amendment submitted from Councillor Hardwick yet.
Oh, weird.
Okay.
I sent that some time ago. I guess I'll go down the list for, pull myself off for now, please.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 5 minutes.
I'll wait because depending on how this goes, I'm going to provide closing comments. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, for me, this is a complicated one. We do need jobs, but this won't start for 2 or 3 years. And we do have lots of other places for construction jobs like Sanok, Oak Ridge, Jericho, Cambie Corridor. We could get more rental, but that involves increasing density and increasing land values. And increasing land values is one of the big causes of our housing affordability crisis. So should we be pushing for this? We're shifting from public to private ownership. I don't like that. We're shifting from nice, tight vacancy control to the CMHC average, which means rents will probably go up faster for renters, which isn't exactly good. We can get, it looks like from the second option, that we can get more affordable for lower income people than with the non-MERP option. So that's good. But there's 200 tenants in existing buildings. We don't really want to evict them, but they would have to be evicted to do this. In the end, our housing agreements are quite tight, and they should be able to ensure the affordability and the limited vacancy control. And so I think I'm going to vote for this just because we'll get more deeper. We could get deeper affordability here, which is what we really need, something beyond MERP. And in the end, we need more non-market housing, and that's what I'm hoping we can start switching towards, more and more non-market, so we don't have to do the density and the profit that the developers require.
Okay, thanks so much. Councillor Hardwick, have you sent the amendment along?
I have, but there seems to be a problem with my city Outlook.
Okay.
Any sign of it yet, City Clerk? I've rebooted.
No, we don't have it yet.
Okay, then I will. I'll just speak, if I can, about the motion as amended. I'm very concerned that we continue to act with an urgency that is not been substantiated through the data. We know that the demand for condos is down, and we know that the development industry is pivoting. And we, ultimately, we, as one person articulated, this is heads you win, tails you win for the developers. And I question whether the people of the city are the ones that are benefiting from this. We've already established that if this were to go ahead, it would be 3 years before any construction would be happening. So the argument around this being driven by creating construction jobs is pretty thin. And ultimately, again, I'm concerned, absent of reliable data on which we're basing these policies, that it is, just as Councillor Swanson just observed, just going to increase inflationary land lift and contribute overall to the lack of affordability in the city. So I am not supportive of this for those reasons. I would have preferred to have referred this, but under the circumstances, I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'm going to hold comments noting we're getting close to noon, but I know Councillor Dominato and I are going back and forth on the list here, and I think she had intended to be on the list and my name kept showing up. So hoping I can pass it to her or the clerk can add her name.
Okay.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Boyle. And yes, we have a bit of a technical problem this morning. So I'll, in the interest of time as well, be brief in that I appreciate the fact that staff made the presentation this morning upon request, just so for many of us who are new to council to understand the background related to the West End plan and to understand the underpinnings and rationale around making this proposed shift. And I appreciate the focus on rental housing, but also some councillors asked the questions I had around sort of implications around social housing, recognizing that we're still working through sort of that definition, but seeing that there would be deeper affordability with the below market units, and that they're very similar to what we would have seen with the current inclusionary housing, social housing policy. And that it addresses one of the issues that we have identified as collectively as a council, is that we have a very low vacancy rate, and we do need to have more supply of rental housing within the city. And so it helps address that as well. And so I'm supportive of the proposed recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be quick, and I am speaking in support of this project. I really thought the discussion this morning was valuable to walk through, because the market is changing. It was changing prior to COVID. It has changed and will be changing more because of COVID. And I suspect that this is not the first, or maybe the last conversation that we have around adapting in this environment. The reality here is that these projects would not get built without a shift in tenure. So you wouldn't be able to sort of add needed housing supply. And I will suggest that regardless of a softening of the market or a sort of a challenges in the strata market, that we know that the need for rental has been clearly indicated, and particularly the need for below market rental. I am interested, and I'm appreciative that this is framed as a pilot with some parameters around it. And it will enable us, I think, to do some evaluation in conjunction with the evaluation of the MERP project and see what that looks like, because the true testament will be how deep the affordability of the rents are that are provided, and the ability to sustain those over time, which I think, given the fact that they're pegged to inflation, but they always remain proportionately less than the market rent. So that's important. I was also pleased to see that this is not contravening the West End community plan in terms of heights. and some of those other parameters that had been established. We certainly, there's a trade-off there in terms of larger floor plates, but I wanted to note that. And then I think additionally to the clarification around in terms of amenities, and people have different perceptions of amenities, and certainly the housing benefit is changing from social to the below market rents, but that may actually be at less cost to the city because of the cost, as was referenced, I think, earlier by Councillor DiGenova on strata fees, for example, on those owned or publicly owned social housing units versus the policy mechanisms in this case, but we're guaranteeing affordability. So I think overall, this makes sense to pivot and adapt at this point for much needed housing tenure type, and particularly for the below market units. But we'll be looking with interest to the analysis to see how this plays out, because I think that will be an ongoing calibration and recalibration of our housing policies and strategies in order to try to secure the maximum amount of affordability that we can to deliver. And it is, to me, about not just the quantity of housing, but the quality of housing that we are delivering as well. And affordability is a key part of that. So those are my comments, and I appreciate the conversation and the work that staff have done on the report. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor DiGenova?
Just to finish on this, Mr. Mayor, I know that I briefly thanked staff, but I really did want to emphasize, you know, the work that staff have done on this, and also wanted to appreciate the fact that I see this as not only moving some of the goalposts of our policies, but also taking a pragmatic look at this, and really appreciate that staff have done that to see how can we be more inclusive of different types of affordable housing, be that, you know, through our definitions of social housing, non-market housing, non-profit housing, you know, cross-subsidized housing, looking at integrated housing with nonprofits, as I'd mentioned before, and also some of the downfalls that turnkey units, I mean, they don't come with no strings attached. You know, as I'd said before, and I'd asked in my questions, I think it's very important to note that, you know, those fee simple agreements that can come on the maintenance side can amount to more per unit than the $375 that perhaps is funding the unit through BC Housing or CMHC. They're looking at the welfare shelter rates that we're currently seeing, and I haven't heard of any increase in those, which was disappointing to me during the election. I mean, hard pressed in the city of Vancouver. I understand that they're the same across the province, but especially in the city of Vancouver, to find rents that low. So often we see organizations subsidizing, looking for people who come with rent supplements, and I think that we have to sort of change the way that we do that. I think our staff have done an excellent job in creating a big tent where more of those options will be available to people, and I just wanted to note that on a closing note there. So thanks to staff for their work on this, and looking forward to seeing what comes back from this.
Thanks so much, Councillor DiGenova. If council will indulge me, I just wanted to thank staff for all this work, and you know, not being you know, stuck in previous policies, but looking at ways to innovate. And I think this shows a great example of it. Also, thank council for all their questions to staff, because it does also help the public understand what's happening. And I think that that is what our job is here, and I think we've done a good one today. So with that, council, I will call the vote on this amended staff report. There we go.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato, and I've voted in favor just in case there's still confusion over the how voting's appearing.
Yeah, it's strange because your name does come up on my screen as you having voted, so perhaps we can reset your panel.
Thank you.
Over the break, and council, that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So thanks very much for all that work this morning. Council, we only have, by my clock, we only have a few minutes left until we have break for lunch. So when we return, we'll be moving on to report number 6, which was held by Councillor Swanson about street vending bylaws. And then also to Councillor Hardwick has held item number 1D on the neighborhood grocery stores. Move on to bylaws, motions, and the other council business. So thanks, council, for your work this morning, and we'll see you in camera at 1 o'clock.
We don't have Councillor Weeb on the line, but he's already declared conflict on this, I believe.
That he has, yes, and gave his reasons already, so we could probably proceed.
Okay, over to you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Swanson, you held the ticket offenses bylaw, item number 6. Did you have questions for staff?
Yes.
Right, Rosemary, are you able to put me in the room?
Yes, we can. Just a minute.
My concern about the motion is that people who are vending for survival, people on welfare making $7.60 a month, who choose to vend so they don't have to do other worse stuff that's illegal, would be given fines of $1,000, which of course they can't pay and would start a vicious cycle in the criminal justice system, and certainly wouldn't be along in sync with our commitment to equity. So I'm wondering what staff has to say about that. Basically, I'm hoping for some sort of guarantee that people who are doing survival vending aren't going to be hit with increased fines.
Okay, and City Manager, have you got somebody to answer that question?
Hi, it's Margaret Whitkins here from engineering. I don't know whether Sadhu is on the line, but I would be pleased to jump in on that question, or Paul Mokri, are you satisfied if I jump in?
Yeah, please, Margaret, go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you for the question. Maybe just to back up and provide a couple sentences of context on the report itself. The focus of the recommendation of the report is to provide tools in cases where businesses have placed a patio or other structure in the street right of way that poses a significant safety, accessibility, or other risk, and where our efforts at education and engagement have not been successful at addressing that risk. It will reduce the needs to pursue more impactful measures such as impoundment or court-issued fines, and also better aligns with the enforcement measures that other city departments pursue. So with that, the question around survival vending is an important one. The recommendations within the council report are not focused on the enforcement of informal street vending for survival, and therefore there would not be an expected impact on those who rely on street vending for survival as a result of the decision today. The recommendations actually don't introduce any changes to the actual street vending bylaw. They instead introduce new enforcement tools of that bylaw. Survival vending could be enforced using the street vending bylaw even today using the existing tools, and that has not generally been the practice. So in staff's prioritization of how bylaw enforcement is focused, typically we would look at factors of risk and impact, and street vending for survival is not seen as a priority for the expected application for the enforcement tools.
Is there something that council needs to do to ensure that street vending isn't prioritized at some future date for this type of enforcement?
I guess I would just say that staff use discretion on an ongoing basis on how to apply certain enforcement tools. And so I wouldn't expect that's something that requires specific council direction. Paul Mokri or Sadhu, please feel free to jump in if you have further context to add on this.
Yeah, certainly, Councillor, that's Paul Mokri, Deputy City Manager. Yeah, I would concur with Margaret's comments there. That from our perspective, we wouldn't see any change in direction here, Council, and at this stage, obviously it's your prerogative to provide further clarity, but I think at this point in time, there's nothing that we're seeking around direction. I think we're pretty comfortable in understanding what Council is looking for and not on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. We have Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. And also a question for staff. I'll I'll suggest you direct it as you'd like, but I'm wondering specifically, is this just an enhancement? I think that's what I heard Ms. Witkins say. Is this enhancement? So this isn't a new bylaw we're being asked to approve, and it's very specific in the reports to the temporary patio program that was introduced, and I just wanted to have that answered, and then also ask if this would mean, like, for instance, some of the issues that we've heard about as a council, some of the issues we've heard from, even members of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, seniors, about mobility or sidewalks being obstructed, if this was sort of the intent of this coming forward, and that's what I'd read, sort of. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question. I can jump in on this one as well. Margaret Witkins here from engineering. So essentially, the report brought forward today introduces new enforcement options for an existing bylaw. So it's not a new bylaw. It introduces the option to issue MTI tickets for our existing street vending bylaw, which would address the temporary expedited patios as well as other activities that are enabled through that street vending bylaw. And really, this step brings us more in line with how compliance is addressed in other areas of the city, whether it's business licensing or watering your lawn, or other areas where we're looking for behavior or other types of compliance. And so, your summary is correct, Councillor Dejanova, and also noting that it could be used to address accessibility infractions. We always do start with education and outreach as a first priority before we move to a more heavy-handed tool.
Okay, thanks. I was just looking at the range of kind of, street vending, for people who are perhaps vulnerable or doing this, just to get by was brought up. So I just wanted to know if that example was relevant. I'm going to ask a question that also I asked when we first, saw the amendments to, bylaws and new bylaws being formed for physical distancing fines during the state of emergency we have. I understood that could be issued by, our chief license officer, the licensing department, fire chief, and police. I see the same thing here, but I mean, have the police, my understanding is they can't even issue physical distancing tickets, as much as, people are perhaps breaking some of those rules, as we saw recently on Granville Street, because they just don't have the numbers and they have other priorities. Has there been any conversation among our staff with police as to what this priority would be for them, if they even have the resources to do this? So it would fall more on the other, I understand they can do it, but it would fall more on our licensing departments. Is that correct?
So just to make sure I understand the question, it would be, do we have the resourcing to undertake the ticketing outlined in the report?
Well, it says that there's a number of different, I suppose, classifications of who can issue a ticket here, and it's our licensing department and the police. And I just wanted to make sure we don't expect that the police are going to take this on and go out and fully enforce this. This is a tool where I suppose if bylaw needed to be aided or assisted, the police could do this, but it's bylaw that's bringing this forward, not the police. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't assume any involvement of VPD in this. It would be city staff through the engineering department primarily.
Okay, so the reason the police are noted is because it's an MTI fine, which I read in the report is very unique to our charter, and those are the people who can issue the fine.
They have the ability. That's
okay,
correct.
Thanks. Sorry, I just wanted some clarification on that. I'm happy to support this, but I see others on the queue for questions, so I'll go on under Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr is next.
Yes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was also curious about who this is intended to. So I appreciate or intended to, and the problems intended to address. So I was very appreciative of Councillor Swanson's questions. I see that on page 3 of the report, there are items that you list that are, I guess, the egregious situations that you tend to hear about. So I'm wondering, operating a vending unit not in compliance with the permits in a location not permitted outside of allowable times. How common is this? Like, and what are the problems that have arisen, either with the location not being permitted or the timing of a vending unit being there?
Thank you for the question. And for a vending unit, that could be something like a food truck that's parked and vending in a spot that generates significant concerns for sight lines or flow of goods movement along the major road network. Again, in all cases, we don't move to enforcement quickly. It would be outreach and communication initially, and only if it's problematic would we move to something outlined in this report.
Regarding the food trucks, I have heard complaints from bricks and mortar restaurants, for example, that food trucks are parked outside of the places where they're supposed to and encroach upon sort of street frontage in front of restaurants and impede, or there's too much of a competition. Is this one of the kind of such circumstances that you're addressing here?
I think that we would want to look at the specific situation mentioned and determine whether or not that is something that could be addressed by this tool. But certainly, if there are vendors that are operating outside of the terms of their permit, this would give us just one additional tool in the toolbox to address the issues that are being raised, either through residents or otherwise.
Okay, and I'm gathering you wouldn't bring this to us unless there were a significant number of incidents. So how common is this? Like, how many of these kinds of circumstances exist that are requiring a change here?
Yeah, I don't have specific audit numbers to provide at this point, but really one of the drivers is recognizing that we have a significant number of patios that are now located within the street right-of-way, so within the actual roadway that are sharing space with moving vehicles. And so the compliance question becomes a much more significant question of safety. And so that is something, as we're moving into the renewals of the temporary expedited patio program, that we will be wanting to make sure that we have the appropriate tools to ensure the safety and the accessibility of our streets and sidewalks.
Okay, and you did mention engineering, and in the report it mentions drainage, so I'm gathering it's not just safety from a driver's point of view, but safety in terms of movement of what, rainwater, or I'm not quite sure, right, what the drainage situation might be.
Yes, so there could be instances where a patio is in place blocking a catch basin, for example, that could create additional flooding. And so those are instances we would want to be aware of. Of course, if there's a patio that conflicts with, a fire, a piece of equipment needed for response to fire, these are all kind of operational considerations that we would need to be looking at.
Okay, I'm gathering that one of the sources of concern is really with our engineering department and those issues of public safety. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. And I think that's it for, sorry, Council, just trying to get my, Councillor Dejanova, I have you on the list again. Is it just to move the...
I was just going to move the report in the interest of time, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Don't have a lot to say, but thanks to staff for the information and understanding that education is how we want to try and deal with things first, but understand that our staff don't ask for this unless they need it. So that's all
Great.
I have to say on it, and happy to support it.
Thanks. Do we have a seconder for this?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And I've opened up the queue then for debate. If anybody wants to speak to this, please put your name on the list. Otherwise, I'll call a vote. I don't see anybody on the queue, so I am calling a vote now.
Mr. Mayor, this is Councillor Bly with a point of privilege.
Okay.
Just having trouble connecting to the remote desktop, so if I can be registered as a vote in favor.
In favor? Okay, thanks. That's been recorded. And
Mr. Mayor, so Councillor Dominato will take a point of privilege as well with a vote in favor, please. With a vote
okay, great. Thanks, Council. All the votes are in. That has passed unanimously. Thanks so much. I can have the clerk pull that up on the screen, and then we can move to the next item. Okay, so the last of the reports that we had held was Councillor Hardwick held the Employment Lands and Economy Review Letter D. And that's neighborhood grocery stores, Councillor Hardwick. If you want to put yourself on the list to ask questions to staff, great. I'm just going to check City Deputy City Manager. Do you have someone there to answer these questions?
We do. This is Gil Kelly.
Oh.
We do.
Okay, great. Thanks. So go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Great. Well, I guess the key question, first of all, you know, Mr. Kelly, I am an enthusiastic supporter of corner stores. We recently had the Helen's on 6th and U come up, which was near where I lived in basement suites, 2 different basement suites during undergrad. So I'm sensitive to the subject matter. But I am concerned about the principles of neighborhood-based planning being taken into consideration. As you know, this is something that I've pushed very hard on in the context of the Vancouver plan. So what I am looking to understand from you is the extent to which the intention is to do very granular community-based planning, and why this should happen separately here as opposed to in conjunction with the Vancouver plan community-based or complete communities undertaking that is before us.
Yeah, let me take the first stab at that answer, and then I'd like Chris Robertson, who's on the line as well, to answer very specifically about what this initiative entails. But our purpose here today was to bring forward an early action of a very narrow sort that came up during our employment lands and economy report that you all saw in October. And this came up in your discussions as council as to a potential very early action. And so what we've done there is a very discrete amendment. To some, it may sound more complicated, but it's actually quite simple, which is to remove the date of the establishment from the bylaw, the date at which that store was established, so that a new store could come in, and they will not be non-conforming. Even the existing ones will be conforming. But we have not changed the definition of neighborhood grocery, which is very limited in nature, nor have we said that this would be a change from any of the other district regulations that would apply. So there's the only real thing here we're doing is removing you had to be established by a certain date in 1980 something. So that's the narrowness of it. The reason we're bringing it forward now is the conversation, you're right, in the neighborhoods conversations through the Vancouver plan will be about what other kinds of local services might we want in neighborhoods. This one seemed to be a well-established.
Sorry to interrupt, point of privilege. There's a lot of noise in the background.
I know. Yeah, not sure where that's coming from.
Mr. Mayor, I
just somebody's not.
The city manager.
I'm trying to, trying to get your attention here. Sorry. And I just want to remind both of you that we want to, as much as we can, keep questions about the hearing, because this is a referral report today.
Yes, but that's the point.
So getting into the substance of the report now is
additional time to draw this back into the question about, are we putting the cart before the horse? Because this is the question about whether it should be referred or not. In that this is something that should be part and parcel of the citywide planning Vancouver plan process.
I guess the short answer there, without getting into the substance, as the city manager warned, is that it could be. We have also viewed it as a very narrow, discrete action that was called for in the ELER, and we brought it forward based on that discussion at council as a very early action of a discrete nature. So,
but
that is a question that's perfect for discussion at public hearing. But
no, we're just determining whether it does go to, again, you're eating up my time. What there has been, going back, Normally, when you're taking something to public hearing, you will have gone through a process. Has there been a process involving the BIAs or the communities leading up to this? Normally, again, the process is we don't zone and then do public consultation. We do public consultation or stakeholder consultation, and then we go into the rezoning process, which is what the public hearing is all about.
Yeah.
So again, cart horse, what's the explanation?
And I think to the city manager's comment, the process is fine to talk about today. And I would ask Chris Robertson, because this really came through the employment lands work, to talk about that.
And just 30 seconds.
Chris, are you there?
Apologies, everyone. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. Yes, this was something that was identified through the Employment Lands and Economy Review and would have been vetted as part of that process through our document called the Emerging Directions. As you'll recall, the Employment Lands and Economy Review had significant consultation as associated with it. And this, as Gil has referenced, is a minor part of a first step in a longer conversation around neighborhood grocery.
Thanks so much. On to Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. My first question is really a follow-up to Councillor Hardwick's question, and the answer that was provided, and that's I'm seeking clarification whether this is just enabling a store to be able to locate on the site of a previous store, or if this is to enable many more new stores into a neighborhood.
Chris, do you want to take that on?
Yeah, Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. Yes, it will do both. It will allow existing stores to continue to operate. It will also allow new stores. The expectation is that there wouldn't be a proliferation or a mass surge in new stores.
Okay, so so those would be on a site that is within a current residential zoning. So it could be changing a residential. It would be like spot zoning, changing a residential zone, a residentially zoned lot into a commercially zoned lot. Is that correct?
I believe they're allowed in all commercial zones now, but residential zones now, but I don't want to get too far into the content as the manager.
I think the general questions are okay, Councillor Carr, but when we're getting into too many details, that should be done in the public hearing. And so I hope you have enough information through both yours and Councillor Carr's, as Councillor Hardwick's questions to make that determination, unless there's more general question to ask.
Well, I do have another question too, but I just wanted clarification on exactly what kind of opportunities this, like how many stores could, not how many stores, but whether zoning would be changed, if this is actually enabling more grocery stores.
I have to say that this doesn't enable anything. All we're voting on now is whether we want the debate on whether or not to enable this, including the public. So
right. Okay,
this just gets us to that debate.
Right. The reason why I'm asking that is because of information all of us as councillors have received around the issue of the process of debating potential change in zoning in a residential zone, and specifically, I'm interested in that because I did do an amendment to the to a Vancouver Plan Phase 1 report on October 6th that added wording, and I'll read that wording because I want to have clarification whether this is in conflict with other direction by council. The direction that was unanimously passed by council to staff was that council directs staff to consider ways or forums to enable enhanced involvement and leadership of council in the Vancouver Plan and citywide and neighborhood engagement on a limited number of issues, especially related to complete communities that could result in quick start actions or pilot projects, including, and number 4 on the list was corner grocery stores and food-friendly neighborhoods. So there has been direction given to staff that some enhanced public engagement would take place specifically on the issue of a pilot project on a corner grocery store. And I am looking for an answer as to whether this report conflicts with that direction and is therefore should not be allowed.
If a minute there, staff.
Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. The expectation is that this doesn't conflict with that.
Well, if rezoning is allowed everywhere in a residential neighborhood, like it could be any grocery store, then what is the, I guess, what could neighborhood engagement around a pilot program for corner grocery stores, what would be the point of it? Doesn't it make this direction moot?
Councillor Carr, that's something we could debate during, if we actually get to the point of making a decision. This is really just if we want to have that debate or not. That's what we'd be doing. So you can put all kinds of conditions on.
Maybe, Mr. Mayor, is this in order? Maybe that's the question to ask you. Given this previous direction on October 6th of Council, specifically on the same subject, is this particular report in order?
My understanding is in order is whether something or not is in order is only to do with members' motions or amendments. So I would hesitate to rule out of order something that the staff have bring, especially, and I would say it's not out of order in the sense that this is only a referral to a public hearing, and council can reject this if they want. So there will be a vote hopefully in a few minutes, and if folks don't want to refer this to public hearing for whatever reason, that's allowed. And if you do allow it to go to public hearing and hear from the public and you don't want to do it or want to amend it, that's also open for debate. So this is just to enable the next debate. On to Councillor DeGenova.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, to allow or not to allow is the question I hear. So I'm just going to move referral, if that's all right, just so that we can get on to that debate.
Referral to the public hearing. Okay.
That was my intention. After hearing you, I thought you'd summed it up.
Okay, so calling a question is what you're really doing. I guess.
No, I said it hadn't been moved. I understood. That was my.
Okay, so if you're going to move it, then we need a seconder.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, I'm going to put us on the main queue, and that, of course, is that's where we can have debate now. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to speak in support of the referral because I think that there is a process here. And I would just comment and share for the record that Council had taken provided previous direction through a couple of different mechanisms. One was a previous motion considered and unanimously supported by Council on neighborhood grocery stores and working towards increasing sort of food access throughout neighborhoods across the city. And then subsequently, Council received an employment lands and economy review report, which identified a number of quick start actions, and that included neighborhood grocery stores. So there have been steps along the way, from my perspective, that Council endorsed and received pursuant to this, and I see that as consistent with that direction. And I won't speak more to it because I think that debate is saved for the public hearing process. But for that reason, I think that it should move forward to public hearing. I will be voting in support of referral.
Okay, thanks so much. Sorry, I'm just looking at the queue here. There we go, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will not be supporting referral, and I am not supporting referral because I think that that this moving to a referral and moving to the consideration of this at public hearing would, obviate the earlier direction provided by council to have a much more enhanced involvement and engagement with the citizens and people of the city, including on corner grocery stores. So it would make that commitment we made and the direction we gave, I think, moot. And so I can't support it going this route because the public hearing process, once launched, does not include such engagement.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I'll echo Councillor Carr, and further, I have put in an amendment to the clerk. Hopefully it's been received this time. Send it a couple of times. Great, thank you very much. The referring to public hearing means that we are going into a rezoning process before we've had any meaningful and targeted public consultation. As Councillor Carr pointed out, this really obviates the earlier commitment to a more granular, detailed, and nuanced community-based planning process, which is really what's anticipated in the Vancouver Plan. So therefore, I'm suggesting that we receive this information for report and direct staff to consider the report as part of the public consultation and planning process of the Vancouver Plan, including economic analysis on the impacts of the existing C2 neighborhood shopping areas and the small business recovery from COVID, and to report back by Q3 2021 on publicly supported options for further council consideration, including quick starts if appropriate. Let's do this. Let's do it right. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Taking the extra time, especially during this pandemic, and listening to our residents will only build more support for this when we do it properly and not in a rushed way. Thank you.
Okay, I need a seconder for this.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, we're on an amendment queue. If folks want to speak to this, please put yourself on the list to speak. Okay, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I was going to speak to the referral, but I'll speak to this instead to say I won't be supporting it. This council has been asking for early actions out of the Vancouver Plan, and this seems like a reasonable possible early action, and I'm happy to see it move forward while the work on the Vancouver Plan continues to go forward. I have a number of questions about this report, but they are questions that are appropriate to be asking during the public hearing where we'll get a chance to hear from people on this. And so I am quite comfortable moving forward with that process and would be very disappointed to see us delay this work and continue to kind of keep punting reports back into the Vancouver Plan without being able to see some action and implementation on key issues that we have been hearing from people for a number of years now.
Thank you. Councillor Dijanova.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So I'm understanding that the recommendations are to refer this to public hearing, but now we have a referral to refer the referral or a separate referral. And then what happens to the recommendations, Mr. Mayor? Because I think you could refer a referral to somewhere other than where it was supposed to be referred without dealing with that.
I have been chatting with the clerk on Jabber about this, so whether just checking to see whether or not it's in order. We think that it is in order, in that in fact it would, it really, this motion, this amendment is ordering more study and consultation before it comes back to us to be considered for referral again.
Thanks.
So,
I wasn't asking if it was in order. My question, so sorry, if I
no problem.
have to be more clear, is after this referral, would we have to deal with the recommendations before us?
No, what would happen if this is referred, if Councillor Hardwick's amendment is passed, what would happen is it would go back to staff. Staff would do extra work, and we just come right back to the same position again to decide whether or not we want to set it to public hearing.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Sorry
Okay.
for that.
No problem. Okay, thanks. So I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I will call a vote on this this amendment. Councillor Dominato and Councillor Wiebe.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. There's still problems with my voting.
Okay.
I am voting in opposition. I'll need a vote assist.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All the votes are in, Council. Councillor Hardwick's amendment has failed with Councillor Kirby-Yung, Bly, Dominato, Boyle, Wiebe, Fry, Dejanova, and myself in opposition. Thank you so much. And the clerks will pull that up on screen. Anything else, Councillor Hardwick?
I guess not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle. Anything else? Might be on mute.
I just had to find my mute button. I have to say I'm happy to support the referral of the public hearing.
Okay, thanks very much. I don't see anybody else in the queue, Council, so I'm going to call a vote on this referral. Let's ask staff clerks to clear the this vote, and I'll let you know when you can start voting. Great. Okay, so go ahead, Council. Councillor Dominato.
Mr. Mayor, I have voted in favor, but again, I think I'm showing up as Councillor Boyle. So
I think I just
in favor.
You may have voted, but you have been recorded that way, and we have Councillor Carr and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So that has passed. Thank you, Council. That finishes that item. So now we're moving on to bylaws. We have 23 bylaws on the agenda for consideration, and I'll cue you in a moment if you want to hold a bylaw. I'm just going to clear the queues from last time. Okay, so they're cleared now. Please put yourself on the queue. We have 23 bylaws on the agenda for consideration. Council members who are not present for the meeting must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings if they wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 18 is from the public hearing of March 13th and will require most of council to review in order to be eligible to vote, except for Councillor Carr and Dejanova. Council members, when I call your name, please advise if you have reviewed the proceedings and if you will be voting. Councillor Bly.
I have and I will.
Councillor Boyle.
Yes, I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
I have and I will.
Great. Councillor Fry.
I have not and I won't.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
I have not and I won't.
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
I have and I will.
Councillor Swanson.
No and no.
Councillor Wiebe.
I have and I will.
Okay, and I have and I will. Thanks very much. So now we're moving to hold bylaws for debate. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I see you on.
Privilege, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Councillor Dejanova.
You had cleared the queue, Mr. Mayor, and told us all to put ourselves back on, so I did, and I was on the queue.
I see you on the main queue. You must have. So I'm on the question queue here.
Oh,
so I will
okay.
put you on. There you go. Okay. So Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead.
I'm happy to let Councillor Dejanova go.
Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to hold bylaw number 6 for separate vote, specifically the bylaw titled "A Bylaw to Further Amend the Mayor and Council Remuneration Bylaw Regarding 2020 Remuneration."
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else want to hold anything, or while we're here, declare a conflict of interest? Okay. Council, let's start with bylaw 6 that's been held. Right. So Councillor Dejanova, did you want to say anything to this, or just the vote?
I'm happy to say something just on behalf of myself, Mr. Mayor. I want to explain why I'll be voting against this, although I understand that, and I did support that this would come back at this time. Times are uncertain right now, as they have been since the beginning of, I would say, since pandemic was declared earlier this year. And although I understand that, there are a number of people struggling. I understand that there are people that are struggling in the city and that there's tough decisions that need to be made. And I can only say this on behalf of myself, that I will be voting against this. As you know, I know that this was sort of a touch point for us as to when remuneration would go back to what it was. After we had, appreciate that you had put forward a motion, Mr. Mayor, and then I'd also amended that. After polling councillors that they would be all right with that. Just speaking on behalf of myself on this bylaw, I will be voting no for those reasons. I think that there are, you know, some very unfortunate situations. There are entire sectors that have been devastated and cannot work because they are in entertainment or industries that won't come online again until we see an immunization. So for myself, although it's not particularly an affordable city to live in Vancouver, I realize that there are a number of people that that are struggling with affordability, and that's what I would like to do personally.
Thanks. Councillor Deschanel, would you kind enough to move this motion? I forgot to, sorry, this bylaw.
I'm happy to move it, but I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry,
thanks.
Mr. Chair.
That's okay. That was my fault. Seconder for this?
Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I see Councillor Swanson, you're on the list. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be voting against it too. I was actually surprised when my paycheck went up. I was expecting that it would stay at the 10% cut at least through the end of the year. So that's what I think we should go for. And I think by defeating this, that's what we will go for. So that's what I'm going to do.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
Like Councillor Swanson, I was surprised to discover this. And my understanding was that this was supposed to be in place through to recovery. And looking at the stats today, it's pretty darn clear we're not in recovery or even close. And at the time, council's 10% reduction was aligned with that of exempt staff, only in that case on the basis of furlough. And but I thought similarly tied to recovery as being the trigger for salaries to go back to the original level. So I'm frankly perplexed on why here we are right now, because this seems to have been done without our knowledge. And I'm interested in hearing any further feedback on how we got here.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Is that it? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too will be voting against this bylaw, and like my colleagues, just you know, I was also surprised. But the real point here is that we as council made the move, and you as mayor made the move to reduce our salaries because our exempt staff were doing the same. Because so many people that work for our city were on furlough or laid off. And so many people in our city were losing their jobs and their incomes. And I just felt that it was, and I know it was a unanimous decision of council that we should follow suit. And I'm fine to continue doing that through the end of the year, which I'm just fine to continue with a lower salary in light of recognizing the situation that so many Vancouverites and so many of our staff have been placed in this year.
Thanks so much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. I will very simply add my voice to the chorus that I'd like to support the spirit of the motion endorsed by council previously and the intent that this continue through the end of the year. And I know it was tied and connected to the exempt staff salaries, and although those staff salaries and the furlough have returned and the furlough program has concluded, I think, you know, as councillors and as sort of elected leaders of this, we made a commitment, and I'd like to follow that through to the end of the year. And I do recognize that people are struggling there. So for that reason, I will be voting against the bylaw today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's it, Council, for speakers. So I'm going to call the vote on this item.
Mr. Mayor, again, a point of privilege, vote assist in opposition.
Great, thanks very much. And if we could have that has failed, unanimously failed. I think that might be the first time that's happened that I've been looking at vote screens. So perhaps the clerks can show that as our usual practice, and thank Council for their determination through COVID. Okay, Council. So now we're going to
parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
I was just going to suggest that maybe to keep things going in the spirit of seeing where we are in the agenda, and that motions need to be referred to hear from speakers, that maybe there was a possibility that we could extend past 5 to complete the business for council.
I'm not sure if we'll get there, Councillor Dejanova, but I definitely think we can get through the bylaws by 5 o'clock. If you wanted to bring a motion forward,
that's what I was hoping to do, Mr. Mayor.
Well, please do it.
So I'd like to move that we extend past 5 p.m. to carry on with the business of council.
Okay, thanks.
Do we reassess at 6 if that's what I would suggest, just in case things get
okay? Do we have a seconder for that?
Second, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, I'm going to call yeas and nays on this then. All in favor of extending past 5 o'clock to finish the business of council, say yay.
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 And opposed, say nay.
Nay.
We have 1 nay, so we'll have to go to a recorded vote for this. Clerks to clear the vote screen, and just wait for a second, Council, before we.
Mayor, I just want to point out, as Councillor Bly, that the screen is live broadcasting how the votes are coming in, which is not our practice.
Yeah, sorry, and actually, I was just trying to hold council. That's what I was saying before you vote, just so clerks can get set up. And I think should be ready to go. Okay, thanks. So now, council, you can vote.
Mr. Mayor, I will take a vote in favor. It's Councillor Dominato.
Okay, thanks very much.
And to Councillor Bly's point, actually the votes are coming up on screen as
Still on screen. Okay, clerks, if I could get you to, I know you don't have 8 arms. I know it's tough to move all this stuff at once, but there we go.
Mayor Stewart, I'm just going to reset everything. If council can hold their votes for a second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, council, just hold on.
Yes, you're ready to go now. And Councillor
Okay.
Dominato, I didn't register what you wanted to vote for. What?
Thanks, Rosemary. I'm voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Boyle and Councillor Bly. Great. Okay, thanks. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick and Swanson in opposition, and so we'll continue on with the bylaw vote. So would somebody like to move the adoption of bylaws 1 to 23?
So move.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thanks.
Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova, Councillor
You
seconded by
pick.
Carr. Okay, all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. I didn't hear any nays, so those have passed unanimously. Thanks very much. The list of bylaws that were approved can be found on the city's website. Okay, council, we're moving into administrative motions now. Councillor Swanson, I see you on the queue. Did you have anything?
That's a holdover.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to clear all these queues. Great. Okay, so this is the approval of form of development on Hawks Avenue. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest on this? If not, I'll have somebody move the motion.
Swanson move.
Thanks. We have a seconder.
Boyle.
Councillor Boyle, thanks very much. If anybody wants to debate this, please put yourself on the queue. If not, I don't see anybody in the queue, council, so I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of this motion say yay.
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 Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Thanks very much, council. That has passed unanimously. The next administrative motion is 6137 Canby Street. Anybody wish to declare a conflict of interest? If not, somebody like to move it?
When, are we not doing these on the voting screen?
No, we can do administrative motions, yays and nays. And if I hear one nay, then I call a recorded vote.
Nay.
Oh, we haven't quite got there yet. Did you want to move the motion? Do you want to move the motion first, Councillor Hardwick?
I'll move.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Second,
Councillor Bly. I got Councillor Bly there second. Any discussion on this one? So put yourself on the queue. If not, I'll call yays and nays, although I think I know we'll be going to a recorded vote. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Great. So we're going to move to a voting screen. We always do that when I hear one nay. And I'll ask councillors to vote on screen.
Should list what we're voting on, though.
It's item 19 under administrative motions. That's the title. And I try to read it verbally, which is 6137 Canby Street. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll take a vote. Is this in favor?
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
Mr. Mayor, I voted, but my panel must be sticky. I'll vote again.
Okay, thanks. That has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Next, we're going to administrative motion number 3, which is 8656 Oak Street. Anybody wish to hold this for conflict? And I just look for verbal confirmation of that. I don't hear any, so I'm going to move to someone to move this motion.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Any discussion? Please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody in the queue, so I'm going to do yays and nays. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, we'll move to a voting queue, and that is clear. So please go ahead and vote whenever you're ready.
I will take a vote. Is this in favor? Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Council, that has passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. The final administrative motion is 1805 Larch Street.
Move adoption. Councillor Dejanova.
Just asking for a conflict of interest first. If there's nobody, then we'll have Councillor Dejanova move. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
Councillor Boyle, I heard. If there's any discussion, Councillor Carr, I'm just going to move you on to the other queue here. Okay, one second. I think I saw Councillor Carr first, and then I'll put Councillor Hardwick. I'll put you back on. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I remember on this item, when it was at public hearing, there were a fair number of amendments in the design, et cetera, that staff were directed to work with the applicant on. These were called for at the time of the public hearing. And I'm not seeing changes in this, so I'm wondering if staff could comment on what happened to their pursuit of working with the neighborhood towards the modification of the design according to the interests and concerns of immediate neighbors.
Right. I am going to just freeze your time here while I check. Was the first time we've had this kind of question on these kind of.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead, Councillor. City Manager.
Giving me a promotion there. We actually have anticipating this. We've got a short PowerPoint that walks through the changes that were made, if that would be helpful for council.
Sounds like it would be. So perhaps we could go through this. I see a couple of other councillors on the queue, so perhaps we can go through the PowerPoint. Sorry, I'm going to stop your timer, Councillor Carr, so you still have time for questions.
Point of parliamentary procedure, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Do we end in 5 minutes? The vote wasn't unanimous? I just wanted to check.
No, we're good. The unanimous is only at 10 o'clock.
Okay. I thought.
And that's only if there's a debate and decision. Okay. I think that's.
All right. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay. So go ahead, staff.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is Teresa O'Donnell. Thank you very much. We've sent the clerk just a few slides, and if she'll pull those up on the screen, I can walk you through those very quickly. Jason Olenek is here with me today, and I think I can walk through these. Jason, you'll have to keep me out of trouble if I say anything wrong.
Can I just stop you there? I have heard had a couple of complaints of background noise, so if everybody can just check that they're muted through this presentation, that should help. Thanks. Go ahead, staff.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We've got the slides up on the screen. If we go to the first slide, clerk, are you seeing those?
Yep, we have. Yep.
Okay, super. That first slide is just an introductory slide. Clerk, if you'll switch to the next slide. This next slide just talks about the review process. The council did entertain this last December. I'm sure you'll recall that was a lot of folks. There's a lot of interest in this. I think we had 3 different nights of hearings and about 90 speakers. But the applicant, it was a MERC project. The applicant was very anxious to move through. We approved the housing agreement in July. It was also enacted in July. It went to UDP in July, was unanimously approved, and then went to DP board it was about a month or so, earlier this month. Next slide, please, clerk. So we've been working with the applicant through the summer and this fall to address the changes that you saw in the correspondence that you received today. We've reduced the overall height. You can see we've kind of knocked the top and the shoulders down quite a bit. This rear yard setback has increased from 3 feet to 10 feet. Next slide, clerk. The changes that from the rezoning application, as you can see on top, to what the DP board saw, the DP application, the slides on the bottom. You've seen the overall massing improve, the materiality of the building has improved.
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the slides. They're not up on the main screen.
I am seeing them on my orange cone, and some people have been having trouble today. So if you want to perhaps refresh your cone, that might help.
I'll try that. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So this, if we're all seeing that, the fourth slide, we can see quite a bit of changes in the materials. We've worked with the applicant to the first 3 stories are more of a finer grain material. The upper floor is recessed back. And so there were a number of very detailed issues raised in some of the correspondence that the council received. We do have some additional slides that I can walk through further refinements if the council would like, or I can just stop here. Mayor, would you like for me to go into more detail, or?
I think probably.
Okay, all right, let's just keep going then, clerk. The next slide, this slide consolidates the public feedback that we heard, particularly the 6th story of the height, the lack of the amenity space. And so we really, next slide, again, the top image is what we saw at rezoning. The lower image is how those, the application.
I'm just going to interrupt you there. I'm not seeing the slides now.
Clerk, are you able to bring those
Yeah,
out?
point of privilege. They've also disappeared for me, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
I didn't see them, so perhaps perhaps it was removed. So I'll just wait for the clerk to
Mayor Stewart, that was the end of the slides. There were only a few, so we're just going to confirm we've got the right version. Just a minute.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Maybe Jason, can you please resend those slides to the clerk one more time? Thank you.
I'll send them right now. I saw there were only 5 slides that were not hidden. The rest were hidden. Teresa?
Oh, okay, I understand. Jason, you'll have to hide those slides in your template and send them back to the clerk, please.
Working on it. Can we get just a couple minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Just another point of personal privilege.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Carr.
While they're resetting the slides, Mr. Mayor, I was not able to concentrate on what was being said because of not being able to see things and trying to reboot. I wonder if Mr. Don could just summarize quickly the changes that were made verbally. It would help me a lot.
Sure, perhaps.
Yes, ma'am. Be happy to do that.
Okay.
We continued to work with the applicant to de-emphasize the corners and the edges. We further articulated the planes with the materials, the wood and hardy plank, and some additional materials that had more of a neighborhood feel. We worked with the applicant to punch out the entrances and the porches and further accentuate the windows and the balconies so that it had more of a neighborhood feel. There's more brickwork added, more wood soffits, trellises, and all of those things were captured in the DP board approval that the applicant was to minimize the visibility of the roof amenity, to secure that public amenity space on site, to improve that architectural expression, particularly on the lane, to strengthen that front yard character to be more compatible with the neighborhood. I think that about covers it. We also asked them to reduce that sixth floor amenity. That's a partial story that only houses the amenity to no more than 10% of the roof area so that you don't see that. So I think, Councilmember, that captures all of our that's all of our work with the applicants. They were very good to work with, and that's kind of summarizes everything we've got there.
Okay, I see the slides are up now. So if there's a couple more things, anything else you wanted to highlight?
Sure. If the clerk will just walk through those with me quickly, I can. Okay, clerk, so you can see the changes. This is the public feedback slide. Please, next slide, please, clerk. Here again, we've de-emphasized the corner. You can see it's a much softer corner. That was council condition 2. Next slide, clerk. Again, here we've introduced some contrasting materials and punch the windows. Next slide, clerk. Again, we've emphasized the porches and the entrances. This was rezoning condition number 4 included in your council motion. Okay, next slide, clerk. One more. I think. Here we go. Again, rezoning condition number 5. You can see the changes here with the brickwork and the hardy plank and the wood soffits and trellis. We think this softens it up and gives it more of a neighborhood feel. Next slide, clerk. And then when the DP board, when it came to DP board on November 9th, I was part of that panel. These were the conditions that were approved subject to. So again, continue to work with the staff to reinforce the conditions that were in zoning. Number 12, next slide, clerk. This slide really speaks to the concerns that you heard about the misrepresentation of the height. I think we cleared that up at public hearing. That was also a matter of discussion at DP board, but that's been cleared up since. Next slide, clerk. Thank you. Oh, and this is the how we've asked them to adjust the rooftop amenities so that it's no more than 10% of the roof area. Again, this is the rezoning condition number 6. And next slide. And then this is where we will secure the public amenity space, both out front and on the corner. If you'll recall, that church had that lovely child's play space that we wanted to capture at least part of that feel on this site. And so this is kind of the council decision, and that's how we follow through on your decision and the changes that were made. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thanks so much for that. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the queue here. So Councillor Carr, go ahead if you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you. I very much appreciate that, Ms. O'Donnell, and I really also appreciate you bringing the slides and taking the time to go through them again, so that we could actually see visually the changes. So you actually have satisfied my concerns around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Councilor Carr, and I want to really give a shout out to Grace Zhang on our staff. She's done a remarkable job with this applicant and bringing us an application that we can all be proud of. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick.
Well, thank you. Well, it's interesting. I don't think the materiality of the changes were at the heart of the concerns around this particular development. Council approved 8 3-bedroom units, but now is getting 2. Is that not true?
Well, we've had quite a bit of discussion about that this afternoon. Thank you for the question. I believe what council approved was 1 3-bedroom unit. The 3 bedrooms did change. The application that came before the council had 6, but only one of those was dedicated for a MER unit. And okay, I'm getting some. There were 6 3
I think
bedrooms.
the family-friendly aspect of it was one of the key selling features of this, and continues to be one of the key selling features of developments as we're seeking 2 and 3 bedrooms. Also, there's an increase in the units from 60 to 68, reducing livability. And
it's a question.
Yeah. So is it not true that we approved 63 and now we're at 68 units?
Yes, that is correct. As you can, there was a significant shift in the unit mix, as you could tell by increasing the setbacks and lowering the height. The applicants are really trying to make a 6-story building work in 5 stories.
But wasn't the application for 5 stories?
We were able to secure 2 3-bedroom MER units through this, however, so we felt really pretty good about that, being able to keep that.
The playground and public meeting space have been now combined together into a single outdoor space. Cost savings from reduction in parking were supposed to be deployed to create public amenities on the site. Has that been accomplished?
Yes, ma'am, we do believe it has been.
I guess my overall concern with this is when council votes on something after going through a public hearing process, and we do see significant discrepancies and changes, it makes it very difficult. And I know at this stage I can't do anything about it. We can't refer it back.
This is actually a questions round. So if you have more questions, there's time for debate after this section.
I'll just leave the rest for debate then.
Thank you. Councillor Wiebe, questions?
Yeah, really appreciate this report. I'm wondering, on the online agenda, how can this type of reporting be included in the future so it's easy for the public to see how their input and questions have been kind of implemented in the final project?
Thank you for the questions. We do try to link all of these reports in the we've been working with the clerk to try to make sure that all of these reports and this information is available to the public. But these slides were pulled together specifically for this afternoon. As you know, we typically don't get questions on form of development. It's usually kind of a consent item type of thing. So the public wouldn't have had access to these because, quite frankly, they were only finished up just about an hour ago. So we didn't have those posted, sir. But we do strive to post all the relevant materials to the website when they come forward to council.
Okay, because I think we've heard on a few other projects that it's difficult to see the difference between the different processes, and it'd be helpful in the future if we can find better ways to communicate this work. But I really appreciate staff bringing this forward to us today. It really helps with the decision. Thank you.
Thanks. Just wanted to clarify something, Councillor Hardwick. I was incorrect. I'm sorry. This is a debate and decision. I was thrown off that we haven't done these administrative motions before. But so if you want to put yourself back on the list, of course, you can offer your overall thoughts. And questions to staff go through points of information. So sorry about that. And Councillor Bly, to you.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a point of information.
Okay.
To you, to Ms. O'Donnell. And it is regarding the family units. And so I appreciate the question has been asked, so I do apologize for asking it again, but I'm not clear on what the rationale is. And I appreciate, and other than to say that it's challenging for the applicant to be able to sort of pencil out what he needs to, in a sense, at 5 stories rather than 6. But we sort of knew that going in to this decision at the public hearing. So I guess the simplest thing is, how would you respond to the public who are raising these concerns, knowing that family unit was one of the major considerations in the project through comments from councillors? And now we see that number reduced by quite a lot.
Thank you for the question. We struggled with that quite a bit ourselves, and it's always a balancing act. And Annie Mobilis, I think, or Angel Clark is on the line here, and they can help me. When these projects come to the council, they're often in very conceptual form, and what we try to emphasize is that when we're talking with the public and with the council, that these plans, they're not quite gelled yet, and we try to emphasize that the applicants will have to meet the policy, which is 20% of the floor space, and 35% of that has to be family units, either 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom, because we know at that point we're not the unit mix hasn't been completely set. We did work with this applicant through the summer and this fall, and there were several meetings with them because we were concerned that the unit mix was changing significantly, as you pointed out, especially in these large 3-bedroom units. But with the changes to the form of the development and some other challenges that we heard earlier today about making these MRFs work, this was the unit mix that we believe the applicant landed on, that was a financially viable project that still met also met all the form of development requirements. I know that's not a great answer, and Annie, or Angel, if you've got some additional information the council could have, I'm happy to have you weigh in on that too.
Hello, Mayor and Council. This is Angel Clark. I'm the housing planner on this project. I would just only add to what Teresa said, in that in the public hearing, in the conditions in the council report, we did include a condition that 35% of the overall units must be 2 or more bedrooms, so 2 or 3 bedroom, for both the overall units as well as the moderate income units, and to generally align with the pilot program unit mix targets. So moving forward through DP application, we have seen these changes, and we were supportive of that overall much higher family unit mix than we would see. It originally was 41%, but when DP application came in, due to the rationale that Teresa described, it did go down to just over 35%, which does meet our policies. And so as part of the DP board report, we did further condition to have at least a minimum of the 2 moderate income 3-bedroom units, which was an increase from the rezoning approval, and to again further ensure that we meet that pilot program policy and the overall city policy. So yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off. I realize I only have a minute left, and I need to make sure I have just a quick minute to make any final comments. But okay. I'm satisfied with that answer. Thank you.
Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm going to pause my time right now and come back on. I'm waiting to hear some other questions.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes. Again, this is debate and decision, but you can ask points of information.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Mayor. If I realized we would be here, I would maybe have moved this. My first point of information would be, how many units are we gaining here? Ms. O'Donnell, can you just remind me?
Angel, would you mind, I think we're 68, is that what we have? We've had 5 additional units over what the council was looking at. I think 68 total, is that right, Angel?
You bet, yeah, overall 68 total. So that was an increase overall from 63. And then I'll just note that the MUR units increased from 13 to 14, because as we know, there's the 20% floor space
That I
requirement.
understood. I just wanted to make sure it was 5 units overall, and 1 out of those 5 is a MERP unit.
Yeah,
Okay,
correct.
thanks. And then another point of the project that I seem to recall from the policy report was flexible sort of walls or wall panels to help, you know, create privacy or private spaces. Is that still included in this plan?
And maybe,
like as in this project?
I think we did gain quite a bit of ground on that particular unit, that there are no inboard bedrooms anymore. Grace has done a remarkable job working with these folks, but we were able to eliminate all inboard bedrooms, so we're very happy about that outcome.
Okay, but still have the same number of bedrooms in each unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm actually a fan of inboard bedrooms. I know people who perhaps otherwise have set their children up in large closets or pantries, so at least having some borrowed light, I think sometimes can be a good thing, but I appreciate staff's work on that. And if we can do without that, certainly support that. That being said, you know, also affordability. I'm happy to support this and move forward with it, understanding the reasonings that have already been covered off in other points of information, but also just wanting, you know, understanding sort of flexibility and some of the concerns that I heard from my colleagues, in fact, that the 3-bedroom unit might not be affordable. That being said, you know, we heard from some of the public that a 2-bedroom's often more affordable than a 3-bedroom, and seeing, you know, the ability to have 5 more units and 1 more that's at MERP rates, but others that are at market rates, and we're seeing market rental vacancy numbers. You know, there is certainly a need for this. I think that it's important that we move forward as quickly as we possibly can to create new housing, more housing. And actually, I think that this may be something that's even more preferable. Now, if I may, Mr. Mayor, ask one more point of information just quickly.
Sure.
My point of information through to Ms. O'Donnell is, when we look at this, how does this get us closer to meeting our housing targets in rental housing as for numbers of units that we've, you know, every 1 unit counts, I suppose. So I'm wondering, are we five units closer
This is
to our goal? Sorry if that's a stretch, but I had to ask.
No, yes, ma'am, you're exactly right. We are, and this is as Dan had mentioned on discussions with council previously, some of these MERP projects have struggled. This is a small project, and we've asked it to do quite a bit, and so we're happy to bring this one to you today.
Okay, thanks so much. I will be supporting this, as I stated before when I moved the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, again, so my apologies for earlier. Please go ahead. You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much. So notwithstanding my criticism of this very flawed MERP policy that we continue to move forward with, I'm concerned about the integrity of council's role in zoning and development in this decision. And let me tell you why. There has been substantial change. The number of units, reducing bedrooms out of other units and then reconfiguring them into other suites, even smaller, is still moving stuff around. And when council approves something, they're sold on it. We were sold on family friendly. We were sold on larger units. We were sold on neighborhood context. And yet I can't help but feel that we kind of have to future-proof the downside risk that what comes back to us is not going to be what we were voting on in the first place. So again, I think, well, I feel we should be rejecting this form of development. I would have sent it back and said, don't bring things to us for rezoning and decision until we've got something that we're really settling on, because I don't want to see projects coming in and getting council sold up on the warm and fuzzy aspects of what they're looking for in their policies, and then when we get the final version coming for ratification through this administrative motion, that it's a different thing altogether. So I don't want to have to think, okay, well, I'll have to fall back on and figure out what the minimum is that the policy will require after we've been sold, on or marketed on something that is very positive and appeals to everybody's sensibilities. So again, I do believe that the integrity of our process is compromised when we see this kind of variation going from when we pass something in public hearing to when we get it in the form of an administrative motion. Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think we shall be very clear what we're voting on in this point, which is the form of development. We at public hearing voted on whether we felt this project should proceed as a MERP project in this neighborhood at this location. I didn't vote for that, but we're not redoing that vote. This vote is about the form of development and whether the applicant has actually worked to make modifications to the form that respond to the conditions of approval, which are also generated by the concerns raised by the public. And I believe that that's happened, that there has been a modification in this design in the actual form of development, not only in the mitigation of the 6th-floor height, but in terms of the actual neighborhood look to it, that it would fit in better with the different kinds of finishing features, the windows, the way that the steps come out more and the entrances are more articulating, that look more like individual homes rather than a blank wall, the gardens. So I'm satisfied that this form of development has responded to those conditions that we imposed and the concerns raised by the public. So I will be in support of this.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just checking on the queue here. Here we go. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I wasn't too fond of this project the first time around because of the impact, the gentrifying impact on the rental basement and other suites in the neighborhood, the gentrifying impact of the expensive units in this MERP project. And I was also worried about, I just lost that thread. But I'm okay with the form of development, but I think the other two aspects are making it difficult for me to vote for it. Maybe that'll come back to me after Councillor Fry. Sorry.
It's okay. Councillor Fry.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, I voted in support of this original rezoning, and I was encouraged by, and I am encouraged by some of the responses to some of that direction that was given back in that rezoning, and I do have, I voted in favor of that primarily because I do believe that the goals of the MERP with the secured vacancy control units is important. And I just want to highlight the one piece that I really picked up from Ms. O'Donnell, which was that this project's been struggling, and that it is a new form that we're exploring with this MERP, and it is a smaller configuration on more expensive land. And I obviously recall that this land is otherwise a church that won't be replaced by the same kind of form, so that we are looking at something different. And I think that a lot of the response in this development, as far as some of the finishing and making it a little bit more friendly looking than the original, as I recall, the original characterization of it was as brute architecture because it was so sort of inarticulated in the rezoning process. And I think that we've seen a good response to it. I appreciate that some of the tweaks with the number of units is a bit disconcerting, but I also really have to take heed of Ms. O'Donnell's comments that this is sort of necessary to get this project across the finish line, because we're dealing with some new stuff that maybe wasn't fully accounted for in the pro formas. Maybe this MERP policy needs a little bit more tweak to get it right for smaller units in the west side. I don't know, but I think at this point I will be supporting the application.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson. Did you remember your other thought?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I don't like the aspect of gentrification on the secondary suites in the neighborhood from the expensive rental units in this project. And I'm also, as everyone knows, not that happy with the MERP program. I think maybe we could extract a little bit more in affordability. So those are my concerns with it.
Thanks so much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so because of that, I will now call a vote.
Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dominato. I'll take a vote assist, please.
Okay.
In favor.
Thank you. And okay, that has passed. The clerks want to pull that up. That is Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thanks so much, Council. Okay, that finishes our administrative motions. I just flip back to my script here. We have council members' motions. 4 of them. Councillor Swanson has withdrawn her motion. So now we have Councillor Bly's motion on the petition for the removal of the Alma Street building line. And Councillor Bly, if you want to put yourself on the queue, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion. I'm just going to put Councillor Bly on first. And sorry, Councillor Carr, I took you off the question queue, but if you want to put yourself back on, great. Okay, Councillor Bly, up to 2 minutes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I'm happy to be bringing this motion to council, and it's actually probably a could be categorized as a sort of item of business for any general council. We typically deal with really bigger, larger, more complex issues. But this, I'd say, is an important one in its nature. So it's the petition for the removal of the Alma Street building line, and in 2 minutes it will be challenging to really summarize the details that I believe that we will hear from speakers tomorrow. But at the end of the day, this group of residents who have been petitioning us since the very beginning of our term to have a clear decision around a property line that affects a series of homes from Alma to Point Grey Road. So these are mostly very modest homes, some are heritage, and they followed the process with staff, and it's now become clear by direction of the process essentially in staff that this is really a decision of council to provide clarity to the petitioners as to what the next steps will be and whether or not we can make that decision around the building line that again runs about 7 feet in along the line of these properties. Staff have worked with me on the drafting of appropriate language. They had said to the petitioners that they could perhaps do some work and come back in 2 years. The petitioners have already been working with staff for at least 2 years. And so the motion really is asking council to direct staff to go do that work now and have council come back to council by July 2021 with their recommendations and findings. So council can make it. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Just checking this. I have a seconder, but before we do that, are there any, I don't see any questions to Councillor Bly in this round. So do we have a seconder then?
Second, Hardwick.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Okay, so we've received requests to speak to this motion. So if someone would like to, yep, okay, so Councillor Dejanova has moved referral. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor of referral, say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, say nay. Great. So the motion is referred to the Standing Committee tomorrow. Next, we're moving to Sustaining Vancouver's Chinatown, introduced by Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Actually, it will be Councillor Fry.
Councillor Fry? Okay, that's what I have in my script. So, Councillor Fry, you're the mover of this motion then?
Yeah, Councillor Kirby and I am co-submitting this. This is basically, it's no secret that I live in Strathcona in the immediate vicinity of Chinatown, and that Chinatown has been struggling before the pandemic and in the immediacy of the pandemic, things are considerably worse. So Councillor Kirby-Yung and I have been working with various folks in Chinatown, the Legacy Stewardship Group, through the Chinatown Transformation Team, looking at some solutions. We previously introduced a motion seeking federal funding for recovery, specifically in Chinatown. This motion is sort of a follow-up to that and looks at some other tools that we might consider, including more enhanced street cleaning, parking considerations with the Easy Park Parkade that is there that's quite underutilized, and offering some kind of rebates on that to encourage more visits to Chinatown, and even looking at how we can better leverage the city-owned space at the Chinatown Plaza, which is also somewhat moribund right now in the current context, and look for how we can really throw a lifeline to Chinatown, because the fear is that Chinatown might not make it through this pandemic. I did have Mr. Fred Ma dropped off thousands of signatures to my home the other day with support from the neighborhood for relief on the parking front, which they feel would be a significant boon to bring people back to Chinatown and help some of the businesses survive, and some of the new businesses that are starting to open up, and give them a chance to really incubate and revitalize Chinatown.
Okay, thank you so much. Anybody have questions for Councillor Fry? Just put yourself on the queue and have up to 1 minute.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'll have to declare conflict because of the components within Easy Park, because I'm a member on the Easy Park Board of Directors.
Okay. Okay, fine. So anybody else with questions to this? If not, we'll need somebody to second the motion. Councillor Kirby-Yung, I imagine.
Yes, I'll second. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Great, thank you. We have speakers. So Councillor Dejanova has moved referral. Do you have a seconder for referral?
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thanks. Yeas and nays. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say
Yay.
nay. Okay, thanks very much. That has passed, and we'll be talking, that has passed to the discussion for tomorrow. Moving on to motion 4, which is moved by me. So I'm going to ask Deputy Mayor Dominato to take over the chair while I participate in the discussion and introduce the motion. Are you okay with that?
Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, great. So, as we all know, 2020 is on track to be the worst year yet for overdose deaths in our city and in British Columbia. Over 300 of our neighbors have already died due to overdoses so far this year, and we've had over 1,500 people die since a provincial overdose emergency was declared in 2016. That means, on average, someone died in our city of an overdose yesterday, someone will die today, and someone will die tomorrow. So, and this is just heartbreaking and unacceptable. The folks that are overdosing and dying are our partners, our siblings, our children, our friends, our coworkers, and they're our neighbors. So why I'm bringing forward this motion today and for debate tomorrow is it's our chance to do something more to help. And Council has been great in terms of working together unanimously on this, supporting the task force we had on this, as well as all the recommendations coming out of the task force. And I think Council fully embraces that personal possession and use of drugs is mainly a health issue. And it's time we fully embraced a health-focused approach to substance use. So if this motion passes, it'll be the first step in seeing Vancouver yet again lead the way in terms of decriminalizing personal possession of illicit substances, and really to end the stigma around substance use, as well as connecting more neighbors to healthcare. So this isn't just something I've dreamed up, of course, and far from it. I mean, it's been championed in our community forever by those people that are living with addiction and their families, but it's also backed by Premier John Horgan, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, our very own Chief Adam Palmer, Bonnie Henry, Patty Daly, Pivot, PHS, the Overdose Prevention Society, Canadian Drug Policy Coalition, and VANDU, and so many others. So this is something that I'd like to move forward, and I hope I have Council support on this. This won't be a silver bullet. We do have a long-standing policy of treating substance use and addiction as a public health issue, but formalizing this approach will break down more barriers and remove the stigma that blocks people from accessing health care and treatment. So this will, if we pass this, what I'll be doing is engaging in discussions with the federal government, who I've already had informal discussions with, but this would formalize these discussions and asking for an exemption to take to move forward with decriminalization. So we're not new to taking groundbreaking action on drug policy, and this would just be another one of those steps. Yeah, so I hope we can, by passing this and having a good discussion about it tomorrow, can take the lead on decriminalization, which will break down barriers, lift stigma, and most importantly, save lives. So thanks for listening to me, and happy to take any questions you have. I don't know if you want me to control the queue, but
so, Mayor.
Yes.
So I see councillors on the queue for questions. So councillors, you have up to 1 minute to ask questions. We'll start with Councillor DiGenova.
No, that's okay. Councillor Hardwick can go ahead.
Okay, so Councillor Hardwick, would you like to go ahead?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had various briefings recently with Adam Palmer, our Chief of Police, and he's stated multiple times that we've had de facto decriminalization in Vancouver for years. And that out of, I think, 265 calls for service in 2019, only 16 charges for simple possession were laid. How do you balance what you've just described with what we're hearing from the Vancouver Police Department?
Well, thanks for the question, Councillor Hardwick. In fact, Chief Adam Palmer, I was just speaking to him yesterday, fully supports the formal approval of this, which would make it, I think, easier on the local police because it is a discretionary action at the moment. It would be more formally recognized by the federal government, and it would take pressure off our local police. So formalizing this decriminalization is an important step forward, and I think would help the national conversation as well. So that's why I'm glad for his support, as well as the national police chiefs.
And thank you, Mayor, and that's your time, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DiGenova, go ahead.
I was just on here to offer to second the motion. Actually,
okay.
but I see someone else
Carr,
is after me, so I'll put myself after.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. Yep, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have heard that one of the reasons for decriminalization is in order to enable more people to be able to get prescriptions for the drug that they're using, so that they don't have to go on the street into the black market because doctors are reluctant to prescribe something that is illegal. Is that part of the background research that you've done? Can you offer any insight on that?
Yes, absolutely. Great question. This really comes from the community itself. When people are stigmatized because they're undertaking an illegal activity, they don't tend to enter the healthcare system. And in this case, often use alone, don't talk to their neighbors or friends. And if they overdose, they die. So what decriminalization will do, it will move more people into the healthcare system where they can enter programs of treatment and safe supply, which is also just started here in British Columbia. So hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor Carr, that's your 1 minute. Councillor DiGenova.
Second.
So you're seconding the motion?
Happy to second, and I see that there's a number of speakers, so unless the mayor wanted to refer it, happy to refer it to the standing committee tomorrow to hear from speakers.
I can second that.
That would be great. So you're moving to refer it to tomorrow's Standing Committee of City Finance and Services. Is that correct, Councillor DiGenova?
Correct.
Okay.
And I heard the mayor second it.
I can second, yep.
Pursue it. Great. All in favor say yay.
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 Those opposed? Yay. Okay, and that motion carries. So that motion is referred to the Standing Committee tomorrow. And I will turn the chair back over to Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova.
Nominato.
So, I'm sorry, it's a long day, but I still appreciate it. Thank you. Notice of, so now we're moving to the notice of council members' motions. If folks have notices, please put yourself in the queue and I'll advance you, and just reading out your title and then moving this motion of notice, members send it to the clerks in writing. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have two. The first is Turning the Key, encouraging affordable home ownership in the city of Vancouver. And I have called notice on that before. I just want to make it clear, but waited for hopefully a little more room on an agenda. And the second is childcare that works, extended hour and around the clock childcare for working families in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I've submitted one with Councillor Boyle called Ensuring that people with health and mobility issues have protection and support when elevators break down.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you. I have one, aligning cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses.
Okay, thank you, Councillor
Sorry,
Bly.
point of privilege, could you repeat that? The sound was very garbled.
Sure. Aligning cannabis license fee structure to support Vancouver businesses.
And the working title will be sent around to council.
It's already been sent in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Calling notice on motion entitled Improving Street Lighting in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Here's one for you. Eliminating rats in the city of Vancouver.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. All right, that's it for a new notice of motion. So we're moving to new business inquiries and other matters. First of all, we have a leave of absence that's in my script, Councillor Kirby-Yung, for you for civic business for meetings on Wednesday, December 16th from 3:30 to 5:30. Someone move this motion, please.
So moved, Councillor DiGenova.
Seconder.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great, so that passes unanimously. Thanks very much. I've got Councillor Kirby-Yung on the queue. Councillor Kirby-Yung, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I have one inquiry this evening, and it relates to a motion passed earlier this year in the summertime, I believe, with respect to aligning the fire code, Vancouver's fire code, with the BC fire code for hospitality operators, specifically bars and other licensed establishments. And there was a focus in that discussion on the GED, or Granville Entertainment District. And I understand, in speaking with a number of members of the community, they're seeking and trying to get a sense of where that might be in terms of timing to move that forward, recognizing that it is COVID and currently there are physical distancing restrictions, but this is viewed by the industry as a key recovery measure in terms of the ability to align their capacity with the BC provincial fire code. And so seeking to get a bit of an update as to how and when that might be moving forward.
Thanks very much. I'll pass it over to the city manager. I don't know if you can provide anything right now, but maybe you can. Or a deputy city manager.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. It's Deputy City Manager Paul Mulcahy. We will be able to follow up with council on an update on that question.
Okay.
Okay,
thanks.
thank you.
Thanks very much. Anybody else? Inquiries or other matters? New business? Okay, thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'll call for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor DeGenova. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed say nay. Great. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. This meeting is now adjourned. We'll be back tomorrow morning in the standing committee. And I think that's it. So thanks for going through the dinner break, but now we have the rest of the evening.
Yay,
Thanks again.
everybody.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, thanks. Bye-bye.
Thanks, everybody.